Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the December 9th, 2020 meeting of the Planning Commission. We are getting started now, and I want to alert people who may be viewing. Well, if you're viewing this, then you are viewing this. But if you are not viewing this, there is a delay with City TV, and this will not be available on YouTube until 6 p.m. So we will be dealing with that later in the meeting, but I just want to alert everyone as we get started that there is in fact a delay to the broadcast outside of Blue Jeans events. Could we have a roll call, please?
Sure. This is Roxanne Tanamori signing in here. I'm going to do roll. So Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Here.
Commissioner Fresco.
Here.
Commissioner Lambert.
Here.
Commissioner Pastor.
I think we need you on mute. Yeah.
All right.
Commissioner Raskin.
Here.
Commissioner Reese.
Here.
And Chairperson Landry.
Here. Thank you very much, Roxanne. Could we have this planning director's report, please?
Sure. Waiting for the slide to come up.
Yeah, let me share my screen. One moment. There was a lag on it before. So if you guys just bear with me.
While Melissa's doing that, not really part of the planning director's report, but Jing will be joining us later in the evening. So she should be with us about 7:30 or 8. Thank you, Melissa. So good evening, Commission. This will be our last meeting for the year, so the December 16th meeting is canceled. Upcoming issues at City Council, really the big item is what the Commission is discussing tonight, which is the housing element. The Council will have a housing element study session next Tuesday, so December 15th. And then I just wanted to go over a few other dates related to the housing element. Obviously, that's a really major work effort that's underway within the City Planning Division. So following our meeting tonight with the Planning Commission, tomorrow night, the housing element update EIR scoping meeting, and also tomorrow night, so doing double duty there, the rent control board study session. Then on Friday, December 11th, the technical working group will meet, and they're the group that's discussing stability. And then December 11th is also the closing date for questionnaire. December 17th, the technical working group on production will meet. And then December 31st is the closing date for comments on the EIR notice of preparation for the housing element. So that really concludes my brief report, and happy to answer any questions you have.
I have very small people on my screen. Oh, there we go. Okay. Any questions? So no luck with the Housing Commission meeting, just the housing element?
We don't have anything on the calendar yet, but again, that's something that's being worked on. So okay. We've heard the concerns, and we are trying to get that arranged.
I have a question. Why are we the ones initiating this? Is the Housing Commission talking to the city too? I mean, it seems weird that we're the ones proposing this.
Proposing?
That there would be a Housing Commission meeting.
We discussed this a couple of meetings ago. And
I know we did, but the question still sits. Is the Housing Commission advocating for a meeting?
Well, yeah, I guess I'd say it's not necessarily that it's coming from the Planning Commission. It's an issue that's been raised by others, and city staff is looking at it to see how we can respond to that comment and concern. So it's not just being driven by the Planning Commission recommending it. Yeah.
Did I see a hand from Vice Chair Pastor? You have a question? No. Okay. Great. All right. Moving on. Before we go to Planning Commissioner announcements and public comment procedures and moderator chat limitations, because of the technical issues with going to YouTube and the substantial public interest in item 10A. May I invite a motion that we reorder the agenda to take up item 11, such as there may be, prior to 6 p.m., and that we take up item 10A no earlier than the later of 6 p.m. or when the YouTube is working.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Any discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yep.
Chairperson Landers.
Yes. Thank you very much. So we'll now go to Planning Commissioner announcements. Are there any? Seeing none, let me note tonight's procedures for public comment. We are accepting oral public comment by phone. The pre-registration system noted on the agenda closed at 3:30 p.m. today. By this point, you should have received an email for call-in instructions if you did in fact register by 3:30. Instructions were emailed at the start of this meeting. Written comments received up until noon today have been read by the Commission. Comments received after 12 p.m. today will be considered part of the record of the proceedings, but will not be posted online with the Planning Commission's agenda, might not be reviewed by the Planning Commission, and will not be read aloud during public comment during the meeting. Again, and I will repeat this when we get to 6 p.m., but the moderator chat function in Blue Jeans is for technical help from administrative staff only. It is not for public comment. The Commission cannot see the chat, and comments will not be forwarded to the Commission or entered into the record. We will, to my knowledge, we do not have an overall number of public commenters that would automatically trigger a reduction in time for the entire evening, but we may have hit the limit on specific items, so I'll check item by item as we go, and folks will be aware. Again, no announcement from commissioners. Okay. Let me ask, just for the record, under announcements, we did have attendees at the production meeting. Is that correct? If people went, so Commissioner Fonda Bernardi and Commissioner Lambert, and yes, you were at the production meeting. So we'll hear from you later about that. I just want to note that for the record. Great. Let us move on now. We have no minutes. Item 7A, let's take up item 7A. Are there callers in the queue for public comment?
No callers for 7A.
Okay, I have a note that staff plans to present a correction to the STOA, so can we please have a staff report and see that on screen?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Gina Selak, and I wanted to make one minor change to the Statement of Official Action before you this evening for Carlthorpe School. The condition number 5 omitted the word shall in the second sentence. So we just wanted to add that verbally so that we can correct the STOA. That is basically it. There's nothing to share on screen. It's just adding that particular word to condition number 5.
I'm sorry, Gina, because of the situations we've had with revised SOAs over the past couple of meetings, I do want to make sure that we are fully aware of what we're doing. And even if a staff member could open up a Microsoft Word document and cut and paste, I think we want to see it.
What I can do is actually share the STOA as it's written now. Would that work?
That would be fine. If you can show it to us, that would be great.
Okay.
You were not here. last meeting, at the last couple of meetings, this has been an issue, and I want to make sure that we're absolutely transparent for the record.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so condition number 5 reads, the parking and loading operations plan, the PLOP, shall be reviewed and approved by the Mobility Division prior to the issuance of a building permit. It says the plan, and here's where you add the word shall, be reviewed for compatibility with the protected bikeway vision along San Vicente Boulevard and shall include a site plan and circulation features such as the location where pickup drop-off occurs, flow path of travel from passengers loading locations, and the building entrance. End of sentence.
Thank you. Are there questions about that? Because I have one. No, seeing no questions. Do you mean and the building's entrance, or do you mean to the building entrance?
Two. So we can change the word
so
and.
That sentence is not really a sentence. The plan shall be reviewed for compatibility with the protected bikeway vision along San Vicente Boulevard and shall include a site plan and circulation features, comma, such as the locations where pickup drop-off occurs, as well as the path of travel from passenger loading locations to the building entrance, or between passenger loading locations and the building entrance. You need an and after occurs and between instead of from, and then it's fixed. Sorry to be pedantic, but I think you went to the trouble of, yeah. Is that good with everybody? Clear? Okay. As long as it's clear to staff, are we ready to vote?
I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay. Let's have a roll call then. Or we need a motion.
Yeah.
We need a motion. Is that a motion, Leslie? Great.
Yeah,
Moved by Commissioner.
I so move.
Great. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. Moved by Lambert, seconded by Pastor, and let's have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
Chairperson Landy.
Yes, that passes. Moving on now to item 8A. This is on the consent calendar. Let's start with ex parte disclosures. Do we have public commenters in the queue?
No, we do not.
Okay. Ex parte disclosures, we could just go down the line. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
None.
Commissioner Fresco? Commissioner Lambert?
No.
Commissioner Pastor? Commissioner Raskin?
Numerous communications with staff. That's about it.
Commissioner Reese?
Nope.
And I don't have any either. There is, staff would like to update us on a change, so we do need to pull it from the consent calendar, but can we take an abbreviated report rather than opening a full hearing? Heidi, what are our options?
So under your rules of order, if the item gets pulled, then it technically gets moved to your your normal public hearing agenda. But you do have the option of taking a shorter staff report if you would like, but needs to go through the motions. You don't have any public comment, but you still would go through the same public hearing process. That makes sense.
Okay, so is there a motion to hear a shorter staff report?
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Lambert, seconded by Reese. Let's take a roll call.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
Chairperson Lambert.
Yes. So let's turn that over to staff.
Thank you, Chair Landress and Commissioners. My name is Radha Duong with the City Planning Division. I will be sharing my screen now. Let me know if you are unable to see the image. Can you see it?
We can. Thank
Yes.
you.
Okay, so item 8A is a proposal to subdivide a new mixed-use building that is comprised of 32 units total, 30 of which will be residential condominium units and 2 will be commercial units located on the ground floor within a new 5-story, 33,700 square feet approximately mixed-use building. So the subdivision is simply to facilitate the individual ownerships of the units within this building. So the residential components will comprise of 24 market rate and 6 affordable units. The project site is a combination, will be a consolidation of 2 adjoining commercial sites located within the LT Lincoln Transition Zoning District of the DCP. There are 2 commercial buildings on site now, which are not listed on the HOI and will be demolished. The total site area is about 15,000 square feet. This is just a layout of the footprint of the building shown on the vesting tentative track map approved by the city engineer prior to the application submittal. And upon publication of the staff reports and plans on the city's website, staff received inquiry from the commission concerning specifically the unit mix between affordable housing and the market rate units. So this chart was subsequently uploaded onto the website so the public can access the same information provided to the commission. So essentially here the chart shows 24 market rate units, provided a complete breakdown between that as well as 6 affordable units. So in terms of the affordable units, there will be 1 3-bedroom unit, 2 2-bedroom units, and 3 1-bedroom units. So in comparison with the market rate unit that's provided, the average bedroom count will be essentially greater than the market rate, where it is proposed at 1.66 versus 1.58 for the market rate. And the chart further shows the breakdown of the affordability level of the 6 affordable units. And if the commission would like to discuss this further, we can come back to this slide. So subsequent to providing that residential mix chart, there was a request to review the draft condition, which is condition number 10 in the STOA that was included with the staff report. That condition was originally intended to be more general in that the applicant shall comply with the affordable housing production required by the municipal code as well as the DCP. But because of that chart, the commission wanted to really make it specific to this project. So that condition was revised, and this is the slide that shows the revised conditions that really encapsulate what the project is actually proposing, or the applicant is actually proposing in terms of the affordable, for the 6 affordable units and the level. of affordability in which they will be provided to the public. For this project, notices will mailed out to property owners and tenants within the 300-foot radius of the site, and no comments were received. And 8 findings are required that are associated with a vesting map or subdivision applications. These are the main ones here. Project is consistent with general and specific plans and applicable regulations. The site is physically suitable for the proposed density of development. Project will not cause substantial environmental damage or serious public health problems, and project will not conflict with easement for public access through or use of the property. And with that, staff concludes my presentation and will be available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
You're on mute, Sean. Sean, you're on mute.
Before we go to, yep, now I see it. Before we open it up for questions, staff had indicated that there was a specific change to the STOA that is different from what was circulated, or it can change to a condition. Could we have that highlighted clearly for everyone to see as a standalone? I just really want to make sure that that's clear to everyone.
This is Roxanne. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Rather, I have it in red line. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, let me know if that's visible.
It is.
Okay, great. If I can move this. Oh no,
Nope.
What happened? Uh-oh, hold on. I'm back.
Right, there it is.
I'm just
There you
gonna
go.
move this box. Here, I'll park it right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So I have this condition number 10 with respect to affordable housing obligation for the project. It's provided here in red line, and I can also scroll down and show you in clean version. But we did a little wordsmithing since we had the opportunity. We took out a cross-reference to impact fees because we do have a section on impact fees. So it's duplicative language. So that's what's stricken here at the bottom. But this is what you're seeing in red is the insertion of language that encapsulates the project applicant's proposal with respect to affordable housing, the number of units and the level of affordability. This is provided just for more specificity, although we're making the findings that this project is consistent with the general plan and specific plan. This just provides some additional information.
Can you please read the clean language into the record?
Sure. I'm gonna scroll here. You'd like me to read the whole condition? I'm happy to do that if you want to.
Or if we can just all look at it. If everyone's comfortable with being able to read it, if we don't need it read into the record, then I'm fine with it being shown, but I just want to make sure everyone has had a chance to read it.
I'm fine with it.
Everyone nodding? And then we'll go to questions after that. Okay, terrific. Thank you, Roxanne.
Okay, I'll go
let's
ahead
start
and
with
stop sharing.
Okay. We'll start with Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, I just have a question in regards to mixing condominium units with the affordable units. Are the affordable units strictly for rental only? And are they then owned by the homeowner association? Who actually owns those units?
The applicant's proposal is for sale.
They're not for rental units, they're for sale. And then they would be for sale to presumably people who are in the income category that qualifies. Am I reading that correctly? That they are at 20% or 30% or 80% of AMI? They would have to be in that income bracket to be able to purchase these units.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I assume there's some check on that. because obviously there's possibility of abuse here.
The city does have a process by which affordable for sale units are monitored. We do not do these type of projects often, but we have recently revisited the mechanisms by which we monitor this process.
And then presumably they could only sell, when they sell their unit, they could only sell to someone that also qualifies within those income categories for the next 55 years, or how long does this run with the building?
I'll need to double check on that.
I mean, I think it's wonderful that we're creating market rate affordable units for ownership. That's a big step forward for us. I think it's exciting.
Commissioner Fresco? No questions. Commissioner Lambert?
I want to get this straight. So all the affordable units in this project are for sale, correct? That is that's lunacy. I mean, people in the extremely low income category, they will be lucky if they can afford the homeowners fees. I mean, generally, when you look at a home ownership program, it's maybe very low and certainly low income, but extremely low is very, very low income. And I think they're going to have a hard time paying property taxes and homeowners fees. So is this actually submitted by the applicant?
Yes.
I've never seen it. I think we're inviting these people to disaster. But that's not my call. I also want to ask, is this within the purview of doing a vesting map? I mean, are we a little out of the area of what a vesting map entails? Hello?
To the extent, hi, this is Roxanne. To the extent that there was a request to encapsulate the property owner's affordable housing component of the project in a condition, we felt that was, although we felt that was okay to put a statement of the project component into this condition. We are mindful of this process being for the map, and that the affordability, all of the functions that we do review for this component of the project will be done in this case through the administrative approval, where all the impact fees, everything will be evaluated in that forum.
Well, based on my experience with doing housing, particularly home ownership for low-income people, I can tell you extremely low-income people put into a homeowner situation is a very unfair thing to do to them, because it's an incredible burden from the standpoint of all the costs associated with home ownership, given the level of their income. But anyway, that's their problem, not mine.
Okay. Commissioner Pastor. Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, thank you very much. I first of all want to thank staff for the many hours spent responding to my questions about this. Thank you for taking the time to work on this. I do have some points that are more discussion points we can get back to later, but just for the sake of questions, if we could go back to the chart that shows the affordable housing breakdown, which was added to the public agenda. So there it showed that this project is providing 1 unit available to extremely low income, 1 for very low income, 1 for low income, and 3 for moderate income units. That's correct, right?
Yes, that's what the applicant is proposing, and that's shown as part of their plans when they submitted the project to us for review.
Yeah. I had some discussions, but since we're just at the question stage, I'll reserve that for later.
Commissioner Reese.
Yeah, I think the question for staff is remind me what these statements is. Do they record against the land, and will the covenant for the 55 years be recorded against the land?
Yes,
Okay, because that's critical. Because I mean, I agree with Commissioner Lambert. These are very low incomes for affordable projects.
Crazy.
But where these things have really run afoul is when they're not on title and people start selling them at market rates. So I want to make sure, absolutely sure, that there will be something on title that will say that these units have to be deed restricted. And what I heard from staff was yes. So that answers my question.
Okay. So 2 questions. Just one, following up on Commissioner Lambert's question about the ongoing cost of ownership. When affordable units are put for sale, aren't the HOA fees also pegged at a limited amount?
No.
They are.
No.
No. Well, I'm asking staff. Does the city have policy on that?
I would need to look that up.
Okay, so I think we should find out, because there's not much point approving housing that is literally unsaleable because the very people who are given an opportunity to buy it cannot then afford to live there. So we should know what the situation is. And then further to Commissioner Raskin's question, the allocation of very low, and moderate rate housing units is pursuant to the DCP distribution, right? That's pursuant to the rules that were set up under the DCP Affordable Housing AHPP, right?
That is correct. It's the requirements for a DCP project with respect to affordable housing is provided in Chapter 9.10. It's an 070. I do have the code during discussion. If you'd like me to screen share that, I'm happy to. But yes, that's correct.
I'm just excited to get moderate rate housing. Will it count? Will it help us on the current cycle? I mean, that's just little wins. Okay, I saw Leslie had another question.
I just wanted to correct what I said earlier. There is actually a maximum monthly housing cost for various income groups, and those costs are actually on the city website under AHPP for home ownership. So technically, the occupant of that unit cannot pay more than what that monthly chart says. So somebody's going to have to pick up the slack in the homeowner's fees.
Yeah, I've been looking at the code as we've been talking here, and I think that it's got to be included in the covenant, and potentially in the CCNRs, though I don't think we have the authority to say that. But so the covenant for the property has to address it.
Yeah, so if I may jump in here, just speaking broadly, the city has developed administrative guidelines to administer the Affordable Housing Production Program, which includes some more detail about ownership units as well as rental units. And in addition, there are form documents that are used to record against the property all of the limitations on resale. I think there's actually even like a right of first refusal. I don't have them in front of me at the moment, but certainly it is a developed program. Although, as Ms. Tanamori pointed out, it's not often the choice of applicants. We do have systems in place to implement ownership units.
Heidi, does the recordation also have to happen on the underlying lot, which is owned by everyone, or right, as opposed to just the individual condominium unit? Does it also have to be placed on the HOA commonly owned property?
My understanding is, I believe yes, because you do want to make sure that everybody's on notice of both.
Exactly.
So, yes.
Okay.
I have one final question, Sean. That said, again, there's a maximum monthly housing cost that's allowed for these occupants. If property taxes and property insurance and utilities exceed that cost, then forget mortgage, because there's not going to be a mortgage. Then it's going to be very grim. And somebody's going to have to pick up the homeowner's fees that these guys aren't paying.
Okay.
And there actually is an extremely low-income unit.
Right. Okay, are we ready to hear from the applicant? Because I think since we are doing even though we're doing an abbreviated hearing, we do have to hear from the applicant at this point. So to the extent that the applicant would like to address us, the applicant has 15 minutes.
Okay, this is Steve Nizemi. I'm a civil engineer. As far as the housing and the number of units set aside for low income, I think Carl Smith, our architects, can talk about that. Carl, are you there?
Yeah, Steve, I'm here, and Planning Commission, I assume you can hear me okay. Thank you for having us.
We can hear both of you. We can't see Steve, but we can't see Steve Nizemi, but we can see you.
Okay, well, not sure if that's lucky or not, but we'll roll with it. So I can speak to the project only slightly. So I'm the architect of the project. We designed it, and very early in the process, the owner of this project wanted to develop it as a condominium building. And so all of the calculations for affordable units and so forth, we've followed based on the Code of Santa Monica. And from the early sort of start of the project, we understood that the city has a mechanism to allow ownership units and control of the HOA fees and all of that stuff. So we have been moving forward with the assumption that these would be for sale units. If for some reason they can't be, I mean, we probably could develop a way to make them rental units, but we have been told from the early part of the project that we can make ownership units work. And I have done units like this in other communities with like a community land trust process and so forth. I don't know the mechanism that makes, them affordable, deed restricted, and how that kind of transfers, but I'm assuming there is a process in place, and we're inclined to, contribute to that process, record the documents that we need to as they go along. So we're not there. There's the project has always been sort of worked on with those 6 affordable units. The mechanism to make them work for sale is something that's a little bit beyond my pay grade, but we're willing to kind of play along with whatever that is. If we've always understood that there is a process for that, if it can't be done, or if this process would produce units that technically, you can't get anybody that would qualify for that can actually afford them, then, that's an issue that needs to be addressed in a maybe slightly different way. But we could make them affordable units. I mean, you would have to set up a entity that owns the affordable units, and then they would become rentals. I mean, I think that kind of mechanism could be done, but that's not what we were planning to do. So anyway, wherever we take it from there, we're happy to go.
We've actually done a project like that, at least one in Santa Monica. It's north of Wilshire. Where
Sorry, can we hold? They have 15 minutes, so I just want to make sure that we're clearing their time. Sorry, Leslie.
Sure.
Is that everything from the applicant?
Yeah, I'm assuming I don't need to walk through the design or anything about the building specifics, that this is an approval for the map. I'm happy to do so if you want me to, but I think that's all I had to add to the conversation.
Okay, so we're ready to. I'm sorry, I just want to be respectful of your time.
Sure. No,
okay, so then let's go to questions, and we'll start from we'll let Leslie finish her question, and then we'll come back to the back of the alphabet. So we'll start with Leslie, and then we'll go back to Jim.
Thank you. I just want to point out to you, sir, that we've actually done at least one project that's mixed condo and affordable rental in Santa Monica, and there are probably others. And I would encourage you to look carefully at the economics of the extremely low-income ownership option. But it has been done, so I'm not sure why you were told it couldn't be done.
Wait a minute. To be clear, I don't think I was told that it couldn't be done, that we would have a mix of ownership and rental units. We understood that we could make low-income ownership units. And
I got it. Okay, sorry.
If for some reason that can't be done, then we could go to a mix of rental low-income units and the market rate condominium. But I've never looked at it that way, because we assumed that they would be for sale units. But I don't think the mechanism that holds the affordability makes a difference to the design or the intent of the project. So we're happy to do it however makes the most sense.
Thanks. Let's go to Commissioner Reese. No questions? Commissioner Raskin?
Yeah, thank you. So, as you know, DCP's housing requirements provide a set matrix for the breakdown of the affordability levels in units, which generally say you got to have 20% extremely low, 20% very low, 30% low, and 30% moderate income in your breakdown. So if we actually go with the allocation that you provided, which is 1 extremely low, 1 very low, 1 low, and 3 moderate, the numbers are 16%, 16%, 16%, 50% for the moderate income. And I don't know if you have authority to speak to this, but would you be amenable to taking one of the moderate income units and making it available to low income households instead?
Are you saying to basically up the amount of affordable units that we're providing? Not quite sure. I follow. We tried to make the matrix match the requirements, and we have a developer on the back end that probably says don't make more, a higher percentage of affordability than you have to. But certainly that's always a direction we can push. But is that what you're asking us to do?
Yeah. So essentially, if you did one extremely low, 1 very low, 2 low, and 2 moderate, the numbers would be 16%, 16%, then 33% and 33%, which in my opinion is more in line with the goals of the DCP's matrix. And again, I don't know if you have authority to speak to that, but I just wanted to feel out whether that's something you'd be amenable to.
No, it's not something I have the authority to do, certainly on the spot. And unless if what you're asking me to do is something beyond what the city guidelines ask for, then I don't think they would be amenable to do it. We're always amenable to jogging those around in a way that I'm not quite sure I understand why we would make them different than what the city requirement is.
Yeah, I hear you, and I've heard staff's. I've discussed this at length with staff. I'm coming at this from a perspective of trying to effectuate the matrix's goal of getting us closer to the 30% low income amount. But yeah, that's as far as I've got with questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks. And before we go to Commissioner Pastor, I just want to let everyone know that streaming is up on both Channel 16 and YouTube. So I want to acknowledge to everyone who is watching on those formats that, yes, we do have a meeting in progress. You are free to, when this meeting is over or before, if you'd like, to go back and watch the recording that has preceded this. When it is available. Everything until now has, in fact, been recorded. But we are continuing. We are in the middle we are in the middle of item 8A, 1427 to 1431 Lincoln Boulevard. And we will continue with questions of the applicant from Commissioner Pastor, if she has any. Nope. Okay. Commissioner Lambert, do you have more questions? Nope.
I guess I should say no, so you hear me say it on the record. No.
Okay. I saw you shaking your head. Commissioner Fresco? No?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
No.
Okay. I have one more follow-up. I don't have a question for the applicant. I have a follow-up question for staff, which is given Commissioner Raskin's question about the affordability mix. Roxanne, you had mentioned that you have the matrix available. Can you just walk us through the allocation so that we understand the broader context of Commissioner Raskin's question?
I was referencing that I had the code section. I can pull up the code section that's regulating.
I can be more specific. I'm just trying to understand why what the difference of opinion is between staff and Commissioner Raskin around the allocation within that number of types of affordable units.
Respectfully, I would say it's not a difference of opinion about the language in the code. I think it's more of a fair point that was raised from a policy perspective. I believe that I don't want to speak for Commissioner Raskin, but in our extensive communications, I think both parties agree that there's a policy question really at the heart of his inquiry, the way I read it all, but that the code language is plain, and we've applied it appropriately in this case.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to discuss or move forward? Is there a motion or discussion?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay, is there a second? Moved by Fonda Bernardi and seconded by Lambert. I see Commissioner Raskin wanting to speak.
Yeah, and I would like to add some discussion for the record, but first I would like to make a substitute motion to modify condition of approval for 10 to change the allocation of units to 1 extremely low, 1 very low, 2 low, and 2 moderate income units.
Is that friendly to the maker or the seconder?
No.
Well, we don't know.
Is there a second? Sorry, is there a second for that motion?
There was. Oh, for the substitute motion. Okay.
For the substitute motion? And you're doing that as a substitute motion. Is there a second for that motion? Seeing none, I'm afraid that motion fails for the lack of a second. So we still have the main motion, which is to approve the staff report and the vesting trap map as moved by Fonda Bernardi and seconded by Lambert. Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, well, I would like to speak to that. So just speaking more on the question that you asked, Chair Landers. So the way that the project applicant has arrived at the allocation of 3 moderate income units, and I'll say for the record that we desperately need more moderate income units in the city, and I'm glad to see that those are coming online. My interest is really, from an equity perspective, trying to get units that benefit those who are worse off in our community. That said, so when you take the 20% requirement, say for extremely low, and divide that among the 6 affordable units, you get 1.2. And if you divide the 30% of the moderate income, you get 1.8. So under the code, whenever you have a fraction of a unit left over in your allocations, you combine all of the fractions together. In this case, it's 0.2, 0.2, 0.8, and 0.8. And you get the leftover. In this case, it's 2 full units. And under the code, that says the resulting whole units may be provided at whichever housing income affordability level. Well, it says it may be provided at either 30%, 50%, 80%, or moderate income affordability levels. I don't dispute that that's what the code says. I think though that by applying that language in this case, we're reaching some results that don't really comport with the other section of the code that's relevant here, which is the Affordability Matrix, which says you have to have 20%, 20%, 30%, and 30%. Here, in this case, by allowing the applicant to do that, we only get half of the low-income units that we would otherwise require under code. We're only getting 16%. So I think to reconcile those legislative goals that have been adopted in the DCP's housing requirements, I think it's fair to harmonize those by saying we should provide 2 low-income units. I understand that the other commissioners don't necessarily share that perspective, and so be it. I do want to speak just very, very briefly to some concerns that were raised by Commissioner Lambert and others about the home ownership or condominium ownership issues. There are a number of programs at both the state and federal level to help low-income families apply for mortgages and other programs to achieve home ownership. I can't really speak to whether those programs are successful or actually achieve their goals, but those programs exist. So all that being said, that's just the long-winded way of explaining my position here.
Can I just add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say yes, Alice. There are programs that you for very low and extremely low. They are somewhat for higher end, low income and moderate income, because those people actually can afford mortgage payments. And I want to say that I think it's wonderful that we've got moderate income home ownership opportunities going to get that something a long time. And so there you have it.
We're losing you. I'm not sure. Is it me or are other people having trouble hearing Leslie?
Did you hear me? I actually have my face on the keyboard.
Yeah. Leslie, Commissioner Lambert froze when she was talking. I'm like,
I'm sorry. It's probably just as well.
Well, I understood the gist of your concerns about the absence of mortgage assistance. I would offer a comment just because I happen to be looking into it for someone I know. There is a program through HUD that provides interest-free loans up to 20% of a down payment for about $75,000. So you can actually go and get a $75,000 interest-free loan that will cover up to 20% of up to 20% of the cost of a house. What my friend told me is that program is not in operation at this time of year. So I don't know whether that program has run out of money or whether it's just cycling. But I do think it's worth pointing out the inherent difficulties, even as we commend the program for affordable home ownership, which is such a valuable addition to the community. Anybody else want to say anything about this?
I just want to add something. That program and any other.
Sorry, Leslie.
Sorry?
Yeah, I saw Mario in the queue, so I'm going to go back.
Yeah. Well, it seems I actually agree with Mr. Raskin that the scooping up little fragmented units and then dumping them at the top end is not ideal. And I'm wondering if that's really a code problem, that it allows you to do that. If they truly follow the code and they ended up with this slight, let's say, not as great outcome, maybe the code needs to be written in such a way that you couldn't do this. See where I'm going with this? It's not, I actually sympathize with the goal, but the goal is very valid, but the code really is being tested now. And we just found a hole that someone, I won't say took advantage of. They did exactly what they're allowed to do, but maybe the code then should be tweaked so that we get the outcome that actually the code intended.
I have to say, I have an image. If we were together in person, I am visualizing some of our attorney friends sitting in like the second or third row doing their calculations and making the opposite of Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi's point, trying to preserve their flexibility. So I think you're onto something there. Leslie, Commissioner Lambert, you wanted to...
One final comment. I spent years and years working in housing programs, and I can tell you for sure that there's no mortgage assistance or home ownership program that works for very low income and extremely low income. Extremely low income is $20,000 a year for a family of four, and they could barely afford property insurance, much less a mortgage. So that's just my final note.
Yeah. So let me ask staff before we vote, what happens if those units go unsold? What recourse does the applicant have? What recourse does the Planning Commission have? How does it affect the ongoing project? I don't know if Heidi or Roxanne can clarify that.
I'll take a stab and staff can jump in if they would like. So the AHPP actually does allow for a choice between ownership or rental units. Oftentimes, the applicant does not make that final determination until a building permit is pulled. It's a requirement that needs to be met by the time you get your building permit. So the applicant does have an opportunity to speak with staff along the way and make those decisions. The condition as written does not, although it is an ownership project, the condition as written and presented to you this evening does not lock the applicant into ownership or rental units for those affordable units. So there would be a means, perhaps, along the way to still comply with the AHPP requirements as required by the MAP, but also that flexibility is in there too, that, you know, as they're working with staff.
And does the applicant under the code have the ability to mix and match? So could they do ownership for the moderate and the low, and rental for the very low and the extremely low?
I will have to defer to staff on how that has been implemented in the past, or if we've even reached that question. I'm not sure.
You know, that question has come up in another project, another context. It got resolved in another manner. We did not ultimately have to evaluate the administrative guidelines that Heidi had referenced, and all of the documents that we did for monitoring and implementing affordable for sale. We did not actually have to delve to the final answer on that question about mixing. Preliminarily, we said perhaps not, but I'm only sharing that insofar as we didn't get all the way through that discussion. It's a fair question, and I don't have an answer for that. I will say I totally agree with Heidi, what she just shared, and that this condition as written does not, it specifies the number of units and the level of affordability, but it does not lock in the ownership versus rental component. And the applicant certainly has the opportunity to comply either way.
Okay, I mean, I don't know how other people feel, but I would love to see the applicant have that level of flexibility in order to be able to provide both ownership and rental opportunities, because it sounds like the applicant really wants to make the ownership work. And if they find that a particular level doesn't work, then I wouldn't want to have them undo their efforts on the ownership side. I'm speaking for myself here, but I don't know if other people feel the same way. Seeing some nods and some thumbs up. Okay, are we ready to vote?
Good feedback, thank you.
Yeah. Are we ready to vote? All right. Oh,
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor, raising your hand.
I will very quickly say this. I know that with some covenants, they specifically allow you to do both. And so I suggest that what staff looks into is in the covenant, if that can just be written in, as well as our STOA.
Do you want to write it into the STOA? Should we write it into the STOA? I don't know if we can.
Only if it needs to be, but otherwise just give them the flexibility in the covenant.
Yeah, we're silent in the STOA, and I think if we write it into the STOA, we're doing sort of spot designation, which feels weird. Okay. All right. Let's have a roll call then. All
right. This is a motion for approval of the map.
We'll do the STOA.
STOA. Oh, okay. Pursuant with the revised.
How do you like it when we vote twice?
Okay. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco.
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert.
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor.
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin.
Is this for the map or for the STOA?
Map.
Yes.
Commissioner Reese.
Yes.
Chairperson Landry.
Yes. And now can we have a motion on the STOA?
So moved.
And a second? Moved by Fonda Bernardi, seconded by Lambert. Can we have a roll call?
Wait, just to be clear, is that moved with the revised condition as proposed by staff?
Thank you.
On the screen.
And I got a yes from our maker and seconder.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, is that your motion?
I hear a yes. And Commissioner Lambert, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so it's moved as revised by staff and displayed earlier in the meeting.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco.
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert.
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor.
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin.
No.
Commissioner Reese.
Yes.
Chairperson Landry.
Yes. And that concludes item 8A. Thank you very much. All right, we are now moving to, we have no further public hearings, and we are now moving to item 10A, which is the housing element update. Tonight we are having a study session on the housing element update, including but not limited to progress, schedule, public outreach, preliminary sites analysis, and review of goals and policies. Bear with me, colleagues. I want to, just because we had the delay on the YouTube broadcast, I want to restate the public comment procedures and also hear from staff about what our public comment situation is for people who are calling in. But again, tonight's procedures for public comment, as are pursuant to our regular rules, we are accepting oral public comment by phone. The pre-registration system closed today at 3:30. If you did register for public comment, and you should have received an email with call-in instructions that was sent out at the start of this meeting. Written comments received until noon today were read by the commission. Comments received after 12 p.m. are part of the record, but may not have been read by the commission and won't be read aloud during the meeting. This is also very important. If you're in Blue Jeans, the moderator chat function is for technical help from administrative staff only. It is not for public comment. Commissioners cannot see the chat, and comments will not be forwarded to the commission or entered into the record. I would like to also, before turning it over to staff, say one more thing, which is that I've been advised, Vice Chair Pastor and I asked the city attorney, and as we head into discussion, we have been advised that the Planning Commission is obligated to make recommendations. Tonight is a study session. We will eventually be making formal recommendations that are consistent with state law formally on the housing element. But to the extent that that individual commissioners choose, the commission may add additional views regarding the issues that are posed by compliance with state law or the opportunities presented by the housing element revision, such as feasibility, impracticality, failure to reflect local concerns, or anything else, or opportunities for housing. But all of those are for council's consideration, and it will be up to the city council to make broader determinations about how to move forward on the housing element. I just wanted to make that advice clear up front. There have been a number of conversations in the community. I know we're going to hear a wide variety of opinions tonight, and I want to make sure that everyone understands that tonight is a study session, and just like any other legislative process, we will give our reflections. The city council will have its study session, and when we come back in January and February, we will get into the work of the housing element, but that the work that this commission will be doing will be pursuant to the city attorney to fulfill the legal requirements established by the state and the council and the lawful direction of the council that it may choose to give us next week. And then ultimately those decisions will be taken by the city council following the normal legislative process. So with that, let me turn it over to staff, and let me actually ask about how many commenters we have, because it may affect our timing.
Okay, Chair, so far we had 8 callers who registered for tonight, but since then 2 have formally dropped out. So we are expecting a total of 6 callers. I only see 1 in the queue right now, but we're expecting 5 more to join us.
Got it. Okay, so with that, we have 3 minute public comment because we don't have 7 still registered.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Correct, 3 minutes.
Staff, it's all yours. Thank you in advance for all the work that you're doing, and we look forward to this discussion.
Hello, commissioners. This is Rachel Kwok, City Planning Division. I'll let Ross share his screen. So I'm here tonight along with my colleagues, Ross Furman, Carrie Fukui, and Steve Mizukami, and later on Jing Yo tonight to present to you the study session number 2 of the housing element update. Tonight we're here to get your feedback on a number of things related to the housing element update. Next slide. So the agenda for tonight's study session is really fourfold. Number 1, we'll be giving a presentation to you on the community outreach program that has been completed so far. We want your feedback on this community outreach program and any other suggestions you may have. The second thing on the agenda item tonight is the feedback on the scope of study for the housing element. As you remember, a couple weeks ago, we came before you and presented some introductory information about the housing element and what we plan on doing. Tonight, we really want to get your feedback on the scope of study. Thirdly, we also want to review the goals and policies of the 2013 to 2021 fifth cycle housing element. We want to hear from you as to whether or not you think the goals from the fifth cycle are still relevant and any new goals you would like to see inputted into the next housing element. And lastly, we're going to get your feedback on the preliminary approach to suitable sites analysis. There are a number of factors that staff is wanting feedback from you on. And then we'll wrap it up with the overall discussion and questions section about all of these areas. Next slide. So just to remind you all where we are in terms of the housing element process, we are right now in the midst of a very fast and rapid public outreach program. As we had indicated before, the project started really in August, where we launched the project website. We did some preliminary analysis, gathering some data work, and we're in the midst of public outreach. There's a slew of meetings this week, as the planning director had informed you about. So we are right now doing technical working groups, and we continue moving forward towards the date of October 2021, of course, the adoption of the housing element. Next slide. So I'm going to turn this next section over to Kerry Fukui. He's going to go over the community outreach that has been conducted so far.
Thanks, Rachel. So for this first section, I'll review the outreach strategy overall and highlight the outreach that we've completed to this point. Slide, please. So our outreach strategy for the housing element update really includes two streams for public input. The first is a traditional direct community engagement, which is done largely through the project website, the online questionnaire, our hosted webinars, and study sessions. In all these forums, the community is given a chance to voice any ideas or comments that they have for the housing element. But with a second stream, that's really the formation of these technical working groups. So we created two groups to be the initial generators for specific ideas and concepts, while also providing staff back with their own professional expertise and data. These groups are expected to provide feedback and help strategize future programs for the upcoming housing element update. And these concepts are then filtered back through the community through our typical outreach process of webinars, questionnaires, and study sessions. Once reviewed and vetted by the community, these ideas are combined. These ideas and concepts combined are then taken to the Planning Commission and to City Council. Slide, please. So a few months ago in August, staff launched the Housing Element Project page. This is just another means for engaging the community. It's the main hub for information on the housing element update. That includes background info and data, an FAQ for many of the questions that we've received from the community, updates on upcoming events, and also resources and summaries from all of our past events that have happened. Slide, please. We've also hosted 3 identical intro webinars across 2 days at 3 different times in November. They were done in the morning and evening during the week and one on the weekend. The hope for this was to spread these dates and times across the week to allow for as much participation as possible. We've had about 100 people attend these 3 webinars in total. So these all ended with a comment and question period. All of those comments and questions will be responded to by staff and posted onto the website shortly. So we encourage the community to check back to the page for recaps of these past events. Slide, please. So we also posted the online questionnaire. It's still live today and up through this Friday, December 11th. It was advertised online through webinars, the Rent Control newsletter, and Seascape, as well as through weekly reminders to our department-wide listserv. This questionnaire had a total of 11 questions on the housing element priorities and goals, and so far we've received about 425 answers or responses to the questionnaire since it opened on November 14th. Slide. So as mentioned earlier, we formed 2 technical working groups, one focused on housing production, the other on housing stability. Each group is comprised of community members with interests and expertise in these fields, and are meeting 4 times total between now and early 2021. The production team has 44 members. We met for the first time last week on December 3rd, and we reviewed the prior goals and policies that are related to housing production. There's also the stability group that has 25 members, and that is meeting for the first time this Friday to review the goals and policies related to housing stability. The other sessions, beyond the first initial intro session, will focus on reviewing housing feasibility assumptions, identifying barriers to production, proposed revisions to programs or new programs for the update. And both of these groups will culminate in them providing their final suggestions on housing production and housing stability. These will then be brought back to the community for their review and comment. So the community also has always has an opportunity to voice ideas and provide feedback at future study sessions with the Planning Commission. The next upcoming session would focus on the draft release of the SSI and also a review of concepts and options developed with input from the community and the working groups. These topics would be covered in the early spring of 2021. Slide, please. So with that, I'll pass it back to Rachel for a review of the scope of study for the housing element.
Thank you, Carrie. So in the last time we came to you, we provided a brief overview of the city's housing approach. Next slide. Which really focused on production and preservation. The city has always maintained that our intent and our goal is to stabilize the existing housing stock, particularly with the rent control unit stock that we have in the city. And these are valuable assets to the city's housing inventory. We've also prioritized the goal of no net loss, meaning that properties shouldn't be developed at lower densities. The city has also implemented a lot of programs and policies to support 100% affordable housing, including the recent policy change to make them all AAs. We're going to further continue to look at these processes and other development incentives to support 100% affordable housing. And as we move forward to the next housing element update, our intent is to prepare a housing element to plan for arena that is consistent with the loose growth strategy, which is supporting housing around expo stations and along the boulevards. But of course, we would love to hear your feedback if you think that this growth strategy is still something that staff should look to. Next slide. So to begin with, as we're moving forward with the housing element update, two things that we are starting to do are the housing needs assessment and the housing goals. The housing needs assessment, of course, includes the pre-certified SCAG housing data that is included in this agenda as an attachment that one of the commissioners provided. And so we'll be including an assessment of existing housing conditions in the city. And we're here tonight before you to present the previous housing element goals so that we could formulate new and or revised goals. We're also working with the community on formulating these goals. Next. So there's three work efforts that will follow. One is the suitable sites inventory that was mentioned previously, as well as the feasibility analysis and housing policy research. The suitable sites inventory process, tonight we'll go over the preliminary approach about what factors we should be using when we're considering sites, such as vacancy, underutilized sites, land use patterns, and recent development. We'll be applying new housing element law as we're selecting these sites, which affects the capacity, which affects what sites can be determined to be eligible. Also, we are working with HRNA to conduct feasibility analysis to understand the likelihood of housing projects being developed on these sites as opposed to commercial. They will be accounting for some of the effects of COVID-19, even though I know that data may be limited at this point. And thirdly, our third work effort will entail housing policy research in the areas that the Commission has indicated interest in, which is including changes to state density bonus law, exploring new housing models, and how we could further incentivize ADUs. And all of that will feed into any zoning changes as necessary to accommodate the RHNA, and any policies that are new policies and revised policies related to housing production and housing preservation. Next slide. So we'll come back to these questions at the end of the presentation, but what we're looking for your feedback on for the scope of work is whether or not the policy areas that I just mentioned are sufficient, or if there are other policy areas we should explore. Are there any specific groups we should target new housing for, and whether the commission, what type of housing the commission would be most interested in seeing in the city. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over now to Steve Mizokami, who is going to go over our previous housing elements goal, or I should say our current housing element goals.
Great, thanks, Rachel. So Steve Mizokami here, and I'll be going over this next section, which is a brief overview of a few of the policies and programs in place that help us meet the goals and objectives that we have in the current element. Next slide. So just as a reminder, the LOOS is the overall guidance that outlined our current growth strategy, which is basically to concentrate our future housing and commercial development in our transit-rich areas along the boulevards and where jobs are located, while also preserving the character of our residential neighborhoods. The LOOS calls for a continued commitment to developing affordable housing, which will be critical during this update, and to also develop area plans and specific plans such as the Downtown Community Plan and the Bergamot Area Plan to achieve our long-term goals. So again, these were the principles that helped develop the SSI for this current cycle, and we'll be looking to see whether or not these principles will continue to guide us during the next cycle as well. Next slide. So the last time we talked briefly about the current goals and objectives, so we thought that it would be helpful to provide some insight on some of the current programs and policies to see how we performed and how we are meeting our goals. Goal number 1 is about making sure that the construction of our housing is of high quality, is sustainable, and is compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. For example, Objective 1.5 looks to facilitate sustainable housing. As we know, the city continues to implement programs such as water restrictions, working towards water self-sufficiency, and an example of this is the Water Neutrality Ordinance that was adopted back in 2017, which requires new development to offset increased water demand compared to existing baseline conditions. Earlier this year, the city adopted a local energy reach code that requires a higher standard for energy efficiency, along with updates to our EV parking requirements for residential projects to be equipped with EV-ready parking stalls and additional chargers. And this is, of course, to meet our local and statewide climate action goals. In efforts to facilitate housing development in transit areas, the Bergamot Area Plan was adopted back in 2013, which looks to conserve the area's industrial character and the creative community while encouraging housing development using flexible design standards. And the DCP looks to incentivize housing production through streamlined processes and greater development allowances in that area, and of course has the most aggressive affordable housing requirements in the city. And of course, as we move forward, possible reevaluation of these specific plans may be needed to help encourage housing projects in these areas. And then of course, earlier this year, our housing process thresholds were revised and simplified to help streamline and encourage larger housing projects. Next slide. So goal number 2 involves housing production for all income levels, including workforce housing. The city has been providing technical and financial support to nonprofit housing providers to support affordable housing. In efforts to increase funding in recent years, tax measures have generated $8.3 million in tax revenue as in 2019. For affordable housing, plus an additional $1 million from our commercial linkage developer fees that are generated from projects with commercial square footage as established in the zoning code. The city considers policies regarding allocating housing and service resources reflecting the needs of and priorities of special needs. For example, in 2019, the city committed $40 million to nonprofit housing developers to create 222 apartment units within 5 projects targeted to extremely low, very low, low-income individuals, families, seniors, and persons with disabilities, and persons experiencing homelessness. Next slide. Goal number 3 is to protect the existing supply of affordable housing. The city continues to offer tenant protection through the tenant eviction program and the tenant harassment ordinance. Rent control engages the community about the protections of the rent control law through events and seminars, and also consultations with tenants and property owners about their rights and their responsibilities under the law. Objective 3.4 seeks to conserve existing affordable housing from converting to market rate upon expiration of affordability covenants. 2 examples of this is the Westminster Towers on 7th Street and the Santa Monica Towers on 6th Street, which are examples of HUD-financed senior housing developments totaling 444 units, which repaid their HUD loans and were at risk of becoming less affordable to fund, of course, the needed repairs and upgrades to the building. The city and the property owner worked with HUD to obtain 310 project-based vouchers, which basically increased operating revenue and thereby allowing rents to remain low and affordable. Next slide. Goal number 4 is to make sure that we have continued maintenance and rehabilitation of our existing housing stock. So the city implements a residential repair program which funds the rehabilitation of apartments and home repairs occupied by low-income residents. For example, acquisition and rehab projects, which are funded with housing trust funds involving nonprofits such as CCSM and Step Up. Within the current cycle, we're reporting 88 affordable units within 7 properties, which were granted loan amounts just over $33 million. A second category includes the rehab of existing properties, which provides small grants to individual apartment owners, which include 95 units, 60 of which are affordable within 7 properties, with a grant total of $1.6 million within the current cycle. And finally, a third category includes minor home modifications for special needs, including seniors and persons with disabilities. And this is funded through the city's Human Services Grants Program using Community Development Block Grant money. Within the current cycle, there have been 186 home modifications with total funding of around $256,000. Next slide. The goal number 5 is about housing assistance for affordable and above moderate income level households and households with special needs. This includes rental housing voucher programs and assisting all persons with disabilities. The Santa Monica Housing Authority issues housing vouchers, as that program targets the chronically homeless who often are in use of emergency services and medical care. Participants in the program receive intensive case management services from community-based agencies. And for example, during 2019, 20 vouchers were issued to seniors in efforts to prevent homelessness. Objective 5.6 looks to facilitate the reduction of homeless persons. The city continues to invest in services and programs that serve homeless and at-risk individuals with case management and also supportive housing options, with roughly about $4 million per year dedicated to special needs programs. Next slide. And goal number 6 includes maintaining fair housing programs, which basically means educating landlords on practices that meet fair housing laws, and continued support of tenant and landlord mediation and legal assistance, which is provided by the city attorney's office, as well as rent control. And goal number 7, which seeks active participation of our residents and our community members on housing and neighborhood safety. Next slide. And of course, this is continued public involvement through public meetings and workshops on long-range policy matters in efforts, and also new development projects that come through the city. So this next slide. So the questions for the Commission's focus this evening also includes whether the current goals are still appropriate and whether or not they capture the current housing issues for Santa Monica, and whether there are new goals or policies that we should be thinking about. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Rachel, who will be going over the preliminary sites analysis, including the SSI methodology in identifying potential sites. Rachel?
Thank you, Steve. Yep. So just as a reminder, as part of the housing element update talked about before, that will entail the preparation of a suitable sites inventory, and this inventory basically identifies the sites in the city that could accommodate the RHNA allocation. Next slide. What I'm presenting tonight is basically a first cut approach to identifying potential sites. This is what we're looking for your feedback on. In general, the approach follows the approach that was used in the downtown community plan build-out analysis. We'll be looking at sites that have the potential, the highest probability of turning over and developing into residential. Next slide. So this graphic was presented to you in the last study session. As I mentioned before, in that session, the methodology really follows this kind of stepped approach. We first start off with the city land use inventory, and then we apply factors to filter out sites based on things like existing site constraints and site characteristics to get to a list of potential suitable properties. Once we get to those list of potential suitable properties, we apply a realistic capacity, meaning we look at the development standards, the design standards, and looking at other properties that have been developed in the past to determine what its capacity is, and to get to the housing potential. And from that, we'll look at policy and zoning changes that may be necessary to accommodate the RHNA, and that's how we get to the final suitable sites inventory. So tonight we're gonna we're gonna focus on the first step, which is circled in red here, which is getting from the city land use inventory to the potential suitable properties. Next slide. So when we start off with the city land use inventory, this is basically inventory and a parcel level data of everything that's in the city, including existing uses, historical information like when the building is built. Next. And then one of the first things that we are looking at is just as a first step is filtering out the single family zones, the single family Ocean Park district zones, the Ocean Park duplexes, and the mobile homes. And to get to two sets of properties next, the residential zone properties and the commercial zone property sets, including the city-owned properties, because we want to look at that. Next. So we want to really look at the commercial zone parcels and the city-owned properties. The reason for that is we are proposing this just to look at this set first, just because this is consistent with our housing preservation goals and policies. It is also consistent with our loose neighborhood protection policies, and ensures that we are compliant with state law's provision of no net loss, meaning that properties can't be redeveloped at lower densities. Next. So from that commercial zone parcel set and city-owned property set, we're going to apply filters. Next. And these filters consider things such as site constraints. We plan on looking at landmarks, affordable housing and condos and unique land uses, and filtering these kind of uses out because we do not believe they have the potential to redevelop. We will also be looking to see if other factors should be filtered out, such as approved and under construction projects, properties with buildings that are newer, developed past 1980, and any kind of parcel that has a high value of improvements on it, high assessor's value ratio. And from that, we get a filtered set. Next. So we'll get this filtered commercial parcels and city properties. Next. And next. And then from that set, we are proposing to rank sites according to this ranking. The first is whether or not the property and these sites are were on the previous SSI. Per HCD guidelines, we will have to look to see whether or not these prior SSI properties have existing uses that are considered impediments to redevelopment. Number two ranking is we're proposing to add sites to the inventory that were identified in the downtown community plan build out, but for some reason were not included in the prior SSI. We're ranking number three as any kind of vacant lots. There's very few in the city, probably less than 10. But we are looking at those as the potential for housing development. Number four ranking is parking lots, things that are just, either public parking lots or private parking lots we are looking at. We are proposing to look at auto dealership inventory lots. We've heard a great deal from automobile dealerships that they are imagining that their dealerships will be redesigned in a new fashion, meaning that they don't envision the need for surface lots to house their inventory. Number six ranking we're proposing is we will be looking at recent and active sales. If the property recently was sold or if there's an active sales on it. And then 7 and 8 ranking includes the large sites. And when we say large sites, we're thinking 15,000 square feet and up. And number 8 is any property that has a development potential of 20,000 square feet and up. And from that, we get our kind of next potential suitable properties. And of course, this is where we apply HCD's guidelines, which requires us to consider the sites and look at the sites with consideration to whether or not it has access to transit, jobs, schools, and residential amenities, and whether or not it meets the goal of affirmatively furthering fair housing, that it is located in a high resource area, meaning it's close to high performing schools, it is close to jobs and other kind of necessities. We will also be looking at the potential for redevelopment based on common ownership. If we see two properties having common ownership, there's more of a likelihood to be developed. We're also looking at these properties based on the development that has occurred on similar properties. And then also reviewing existing uses, whether or not they are impediments to development. For example, churches may not exactly turn over because they are generally owned by nonprofits. And then lastly, we're looking at environmental constraints and other kind of existing conditions, such as proximity to freeways are certainly a concern. And so we will be reviewing the sites with consideration to all of these factors. Next slide. As we mentioned previously, the criteria for selecting sites in the SUBO sites inventory is a lot more strict, given new state law. Vacant doesn't mean surface parking lot, it means actually vacant graded dirt lot. So every property that we will see on the SSI will be considered non-vacant. So we'll have to provide substantial evidence to demonstrate that existing use is likely to be discontinued and that the existing uses are not an impediment to redevelopment. Also, state law states that if we are recycling sites from the prior housing element, that if the developer agrees to 20% lower income inclusionary housing, by right development must be allowed. And also, as I mentioned before, there's a new term called the realistic capacity, which basically requires us to look at sites not based on the maximum FAR necessarily, but taking into consideration other standards as well as what has occurred on similar sites. Next slide. So the questions for discussion with regards to the preliminary sites analysis, what we want your feedback on is whether or not the factors that I just presented to you are appropriate. And is the proposed ranking of the sites appropriate as well? If you think that we are missing something, we would love to hear your feedback on that. Next slide. So just to wrap it up, we're going to present all of the discussion questions. Next slide. To get your feedback on. Staff is here to answer your questions, as well as John Douglas, our housing element consultant. But we are seeking your direction and feedback on the outreach program, the proposed scope of study, and the housing scope of study. And we'll pose all these questions up as you guys discuss. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. We could go to questions now, but I also wonder whether we should hear from the public first so that we could, learn from their comments and inform our questions and discussion. Folks, would you be open to moving straight to public comment? Okay, let's do that.
Okay, Chair, I would like to advise that we still only have our one caller in the queue. We're still waiting for the other 5. I can send a follow-up email to them, or possibly we can start public comment. And if the first commenter takes 3 minutes, then there's 3 minutes for the other 5 to call in. But I just want to let you know that we only have one person in line right now.
That's kind of odd. Yeah, if you're able to resend, I'm really concerned that we not. I don't know because of the confusion at the beginning of the meeting, I'm a little bit concerned. So, okay. Why don't we do this? If you could send the email now to remind everyone, let me ask the colleagues, genuinely, I don't want to start the discussion or get into substantive stuff. Are there any clarifying questions that we can ask now to help with understanding the material that was presented? And then we'll go to public comment. But we could do a round of clarifying questions only right now. Commissioner, I'll take.
I have a comment on what you said. I mean, I would assume that all of our questions are clarifying questions.
Okay. Well. All right. Okay. I think well, then if Melissa's able to send that email, why don't we just open it up and hopefully people will read while they're going.
Okay, the email has been sent. I blind copied you, Chair, just so you can see that it went out. And our first and only caller so far is Violet Green. Violet, I'm taking you off of mute. Hello, you're live in the meeting, Violet. You have 3 minutes for comment.
Awesome. Hi, Commissioner. So my name is Violet Green, and I'd like to just make a brief comment regarding the goals and the priorities of the housing element. So I'm a Duke student studying public policy, but I was actually born and raised here in Santa Monica, and I would love to come back here after school and raise my kids here hopefully one day and stay close to my family. But of course, the reality of that is that it is very expensive to live here, and I really right now couldn't afford to live here, neither could my friends. So I wanted to bring this perspective to the table on the topic of affordable housing and developing that because, that's something I really want. I think that's something that could be included in the housing element, or that, within the decisions you guys will make. And beyond that, I also think what's super important, but I just really wanted to stress was the Santa Monica's extensive history of redlining and how, we still to this day have very predominantly white neighborhoods here, which is enforced by policy, and how really a big focus should be on unwinding that history of discrimination, racism. And I just found kind of astonishing that 52% of Santa Monica is zoned for single family homes, but 70% of our population are renters. So really how this kind of artificially raises the prices of housing for everyone and only allows the wealthy and historically white people to live in these houses. So I think really in moving forward, making this a focus, and whether that be eliminating permit fees or height and density restrictions for affordable housing, I think it can make a big difference going forward, and ultimately, really trying to get as diverse of a Santa Monica as possible, because that's really where I would like to move back one day and also have a family here one day with that. So I just wanted to bring that up for consideration and share that as a new priority to focus on as well.
Thank you very much. Let's see, questions. So we could move. Do we have more people in the queue?
No one yet. One reached out through the moderator chat, so we're waiting for that one to come in. And it looks like she is in, actually. So, Leonora, thank you for calling in. I am taking you off of mute right now, and you are live in the meeting, Leonora. You have 3 minutes for comment. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Leonora Kamner. I'm Executive Director of Abundant Housing LA. I'm a member of the Housing Commission. I am a mom in Santa Monica, and I just wanted to make a few comments. Primarily, I just wanted to encourage the Planning Commission and the city to really see this RHNA process and housing element update as an opportunity for a lot of positive change in the city and not a punishment. I feel that there's been too much rhetoric around RHNA and this state mandated process about, you know, how it's sort of like it's some kind of negative process or some kind of punishment that we're receiving from the state. But I think it's a really big opportunity to address a lot of the problems that the previous caller was talking about, problems that a lot of our residents face here. I think everyone is impacted by the housing crisis here. Everybody would like to see solutions, and those solutions are not going to happen unless there's some really big change. So let me just go to some thoughts. I appreciate that the city is thinking about realistic site capacity. The city needs to make sure they're also considering how many developments were built in the last period and looking at past development trends. How many units are likely to be built on each site? It sounds like the city's doing a little bit of this thinking, but I just want to make sure, you know, that we're using like a rigorous methodology for that and being thorough. We want to make sure the city has a sufficient no net loss buffer. We want to make sure that we have sufficient renters protections and that we're not targeting development in a way that affects existing renters, existing affordable housing. Importantly, we need to fund more affordable housing in this city. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund has been drained, and if we're not identifying new sources of that funding, then I think we're really not doing our jobs in the city at all. And importantly, we have to affirmatively further fair housing. So that means we need to distribute the housing in a way that addresses historic racial and economic segregation in the city. We have a lot of geographic segregation here. Like, we have to be honest about this reality and this problem and take affirmative action to address it through how we're distributing these sites in the sites inventory. So those are all my comments. Thank you for letting me speak, and good night.
Wait, don't hang up. I see a question from Commissioner Pastor.
Hi, Lenora. Thanks for your comment. At the end of your comment, you talked about us being realistic about racial segregation in the city and taking affirmative steps to change that. Do you have any specific thoughts on what that looks like?
I think she hung up. Can we get her back?
Yeah, we lost her. I can email her to call back in. Or Leonora, if you're hearing this, please call back at the same number you just used, and I'll send it.
Okay. While we're waiting for Ms. Kamner to call back, do we have another caller?
We do not have anyone in the queue yet. I think we found a couple names in the moderator chat that we're reaching out to. Okay. We're waiting to see if anybody else will call in, but currently no, if you want to move on.
Okay. Let's give it a minute. We can always reopen the public. We can always reopen the public hearing. We can always reopen public comment. We can get started on our questions, but let's just give it a minute to see if we can hear back from the people in the queue or if anyone else is calling in. I'm surprised that we haven't heard from the people who registered, but okay. Somebody's just called back, or is new caller or old caller?
Also surprising there's only 6 people who are interested in this issue to talk about.
Well, yeah.
Okay, that is Leonora who called
We're
back.
saving-
Okay,
we're
let's
Tyler.
we have Ms. Camner back. So, Commissioner Pastor, do you want to re-ask your question?
Yeah. Hi, Leonora. I don't know if you heard the question or not, but my question was, at the end of your comment, you talked about being realistic about racial segregation and taking affirmative steps to that as part of this process. And I'm wondering whether you have any particular strategies or policies in mind to do that, and what does that look like?
Thanks. Yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry about hanging up. I'm so confused by the system.
And don't hang up when you answer, because other people might have questions.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. So I think, the strategy is really clear and it's laid out in HCD's memo, which is basically just that the housing needs to be distributed in an equitable way throughout the community. So that means making sure that we're not identifying all of the new housing in just a few areas of the city. So like looking at areas of opportunity in the city, opportunities of high resources, opportunities where maybe the schools don't have a lot of diversity, and targeting more housing, more apartment buildings, more affordable housing to those neighborhoods and putting those on the site's inventory. And that's required for AFFH, even if that means maybe putting affordable housing in neighborhoods that are historically not friendly to new development, not friendly to new people. I think that ultimately Santa Monica residents do support racial justice and affirmative actions on that, and we shouldn't let the feelings of some exclusionary areas here block Santa Monicans of different backgrounds from living in different areas of the city.
John?
Commissioner Lambert?
Hi, Leonora, are you still there?
Yeah.
Leonora?
Mm-hmm.
Is she still there?
Yeah,
she is.
There. Okay.
I'm here. Yeah.
Hi there. This is Leslie. I have questions, but I also I found out something interesting last week or 2 weeks ago that actually Roosevelt Elementary School has a diversity in its student population that most reflects the diversity of Santa Monica, which would really surprise me. Anyway, one of the questions I have for you, actually I have two. One is there is a neighborhood, Pico neighborhood in Santa Monica that is very concerned about protecting itself. Its population, its cultural history, very concerned about gentrification. But I mean, you could consider it segregated because it's largely Latino, but they frankly want to protect their community. How would your fair housing address that?
I think that the goals and interests of the Pico community are ultimately the same as affirmatively affirming for housing, which is that the Pico community doesn't want to be targeted for all of the new development in the city. I think the Pico neighborhood has justifiably recognized that they are being targeted for a lot of change, and that other areas of the city are not doing their fair share of providing access to those neighborhoods and providing housing for different people. So I think we have to look at areas of opportunity in the city. We have to look at broader changes in distributing housing in a more fair way across all of the city, across places that are maybe higher income. And then I think that will address a lot of the concerns of the Pico neighborhood, and then would ultimately lead to a future of like more equitable development throughout the city.
Okay, I have two things that they are questions. I had the map sent out to the commission today or yesterday from CCSM that shows the location of all their assisted housing projects throughout the city, and they really are scattered. The ones primarily they've done in Pico, with the exception of the ones in the pipeline now, are acquisition and rehab. versus new construction, but they really are spread out. I mean, Nina's holding it up to the screen, and there's also a citywide map showing all assisted housing citywide, and it's far more spread out than you would imagine. If you don't have those, I'll make sure you get them.
So I have a question as well. And before I say that, at the request of staff, I'm going to say this again. If you pre-registered for public comment, please check your email and follow the instructions to call in as a public speaker. We don't want anybody's opportunity to be missed. I want to ask Leonora, from the perspective, I understand that you represent Abundant Housing and that Abundant Housing is a housing advocacy group. My question is, when you look at commercial development and legacy commercial development in a city, how do you weigh the balance of housing as opposed to commercial development and the commercial activity, particularly street level retail, when you're evaluating whether a site makes sense or evaluating your advocacy for housing? How do you balance housing against other needs that a city has?
Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted.
Okay. Thanks, Sean. I think that's a really good question. Abundant Housing LA is focused on housing and housing production, but personally, I'm a resident of Santa Monica. I care about commercial here too, and businesses, local businesses, jobs. The local businesses that make this a livable place. So I think it is important to think about that. But I mean, housing enhances the success of local businesses. Like housing and business really go hand in hand because our local businesses, they need the foot traffic. I've seen so many restaurants and retail stores go under, like even before the pandemic. There was so much of that just because they don't get enough foot traffic. And I think that's been a huge loss to our communities to lose those small stores. But if we had more housing development near those stores, or maybe like where those stores exist currently, like we could have a redevelopment with first floor commercial, and then that would actually increase the viability of those commercial areas, would make them more economically successful, would really provide the jobs and the local businesses that we need here. So I do think like that housing policy and business policy can go hand in hand and promote each other.
But then do you have strategies to help ensure that the first floor commercial that comes in on a new mixed use project doesn't come in at a rent that's 3, 4, 5, 7, 10 times the rent that was being paid in the building that preceded it? I mean, we have so much. I understand where you're going, and I think in an ideal world, yeah, you are generating that kind of marketplace. But in the meantime, the rent is going way up, and we're actually losing these legacy businesses, and losing, and replacing the tailor and the barber and the hair, and the hair salon and the art framer with, a high-end restaurant or something that has a much higher margin. So are there strategies that you would recommend we consider to make sure that we're preserving retail diversity and preserving the local businesses?
Yeah, I think definitely providing the space in new development for more commercial areas without obviously taking away from space for housing. I think that alone would go a long way to helping with the high rents here because, there would just be, it just goes to that supply demand issue for businesses. So I think like that has to be a piece of it. But, I would love to maybe talk to you more about programs the city could do and sort of explore that more. I don't really have anything more on that off the top of my head, but I think like it's a good thing to flag, and I'd love to think through that more with you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Okay. Other questions for? All right. All right. So thank you, Ms. Kamner, and we will move on in the hopes that there are other people in the queue.
There are not currently. We were able to reach out to one of our registrants, and they are a little tied up right now, and they said they may try later. That was the best we could do.
Okay, let's suspend public comment for now and move on to our questions. And we will start in order. I'm going to suggest that we do a round of questions, and then we go through staff's questions to us thematically so that they get the answers that they need, and then that we circle back after that to add our additional comments. So we'll do a round of questions, then we'll go through the staff's numbered specific questions for us and give everyone a chance to comment on each of those, keep those kind of organized for staff, and then recognizing that those may not be the questions that we wanted to answer, provide another opportunity after that for us to say whatever else we'd like ahead of next week's council study session. So with that, let me go in order to, and we'll start with Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, maybe for Rachel, and that's why are we avoiding the ADUs as a possibility in the 9,000 R1 and single-family districts that we have? Potentially, there's a lot of surplus capacity there between the very large homes that we have, certainly north of Montana, and also the ability to put an ADU and a junior ADU on any single property. There's a lot of capacity there, and I would like to know why we just write those off from the get-go.
Sure, we're not writing those off. The ADUs are just not counted as part of the suitable sites inventory. I should have mentioned that ADUs are counted separately towards the RENA. They do count towards the RENA, but when we're looking at the suitable sites inventory, there's really no way of knowing exactly which single family parcel is going to be developed with an ADU. But SCAG and the state does allow us to count ADUs, and I believe the formula is 5 times the previous production in the past years. So we're able to count some. We do have the permit data pulled, and we are looking at ADUs and seeing how much they couldn't account for our RENA, but as I said before, we're only allowed to count 5 times the amount that has previously been produced.
So what is the number of ADUs that we are allowed? Oh, you don't know that yet for our city because you haven't done the math.
We haven't done the math. We haven't done the math yet, but 2018, 2019, we saw, I think, Ross, do you remember?
Yeah, I can comment on that. So we started monitoring ADU production. So in 2018, which is really when new state law came into effect that started incentivizing ADUs. So in 2018, we only had 25 permitted, but then in 2019, we had 60. And in 2020, at the moment, we only have 34, but those are not the ones that are in the pipeline. Those are ones that have actually received permits. And as you all know, ADU state law has largely increased. So I would imagine that with ADUs now being permitted in multifamily and having junior ADUs, that number will only increase, which is what we've seen over the last handful of years with state law.
Yeah, I guess what I'm suggesting is here's a place where the SCAG rules or the state rules artificially constrain what's actually going to happen in the marketplace. I think the ADUs are going to blow up. And the reason they're going to blow up is, one, they fit all the different lifestyles that people might need. And secondarily, people would much rather live in someone's backyard than on a noisy boulevard. So there's a lot of incentive for this to be a growth area. But the SCAG says we can only count 5 times something that was artificially constrained. And you and I know also that our city's production ability is artificially constrained. So what I'm saying is that that number is, and that artificial constraint proceeds through the entire city in the sense that I consider the whole city a suitable site. And I'd like to understand, when we guessed at the suitable sites 8 years ago or 6 years ago, how did we do? Did we score? And how much building or permitting, not even building, forget building, how much permitting happened on unsuitable sites? And what is the ratio? And if that ratio holds, then we're actually I think we should have a broader view of this. So that's my first sort of consideration. I'd like to see us look at a broader expanse of what's a suitable site. The next thing I'd also like to see is that we are given this very arbitrary number, which I don't agree with, of 8,874 units. And that unit could be a trailer, or it could be a tent, or it could be a bedroom condo. And I think there should be some way of getting a credit for larger units, because our school district is collapsing because people can't afford to raise families in our city. And so our housing element has to support our school district. And the way the SCAG has set it up, there's no bonus for that. There's no advantage to providing larger units. In fact, it pushes for smaller units. And, that's not beneficial to anybody, really. And along with that, the idea is that there is no element here for extra, let's say, ownership capability or credit for ownership. What I'm saying is, if we were designing our own, let's say, housing element, our own housing element would look very different than the one that SCAG is trying to cram us into this box, that the only way out of the box is through upzoning. What I'm saying is we would have a very different housing element. So I'd like us to pursue that and not to lose track of what our city really needs versus what SCAG thinks we need. That's it for now for questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fresco.
Hello. I'm sorry. I'm reading my notes. I was listening and not preparing my thoughts. You were talking about how you do a filtering system to get down to a reduced group of parcels which are primarily on boulevards. Did I understand that right?
Not necessarily. They could be in the Bergamot area, downtown, boulevards, other areas as well. We're looking, as I said, the filters. The first set of filters that we're looking at are the commercial zoned and the city-owned parcels, because those, we're recognition that we want to try to preserve the neighborhoods. And so not counting ADUs, we are looking at that first set.
Okay, so that definitely protects existing housing, so that makes sense. One of the filters I did notice is that before you start applying the state filters that determine whether or not they would consider it a suitable site, you also filter out landmarks, and I'm wondering if that also includes HRI properties, noting that there are actually very few HRI properties in those areas.
Yeah, I mean, that's something to consider, and we could factor that in.
I would suggest that, because they certainly would trigger review, if nothing else, and could cause constraints on sites. And we would certainly not like to give the message that if the housing is coming, that doesn't matter. In terms of some of the things we were talking about, we're not really talking about rezoning. We're just looking for areas right now where we think the housing would go that would achieve the goals of RHNA and also achieve our goals. Is that right?
Well, the suitable sites inventory and the feasibility analysis go hand in hand. Right now, we're looking at the suitable sites to see if there is enough capacity on our existing parcels with the existing zoning that we have to accommodate all this housing. If not, as I said before, we will have to look at our zoning standards as well as any kind of other policy revisions we need to make in order to incentivize housing production.
I see. One thing I was thinking that might help, I mean, our ADU laws as they stand, I'm thinking about the equity issues that our callers both mentioned. And one of our tools that we've recently implemented is this ADU idea for R2. And I'm wondering if there's a way to incentivize retaining existing housing, but being able to get more out of it by adding more flexibility to the ADU additions that can happen on those sites if they're affordable sites or if they're being rehabilitated as affordable housing, in order to incentivize new units without tearing down people's homes. Because even if you replace the housing, the people are gone and dispersed, and we want to keep them there. So have you guys thought about anything like that? Does that make any sense? Is that something we could look at or use?
Rachel, I'll take this one.
Sure.
Yes, we are in this work product. We will be looking at if there could be any incentives applied to ADUs. We are aware of other cities, for example, if you deed restricted an ADU, maybe you get a bigger one or another one. So there are various examples of incentives that we could apply to ADUs. So that will be part of the work product we look at as how ADUs could factor into the SS or the ultimate RENA number.
Right. And I know we've been over, well, I don't need to ask you that. And also in terms of preserving existing housing and keeping people in place, and also our sustainability goals, of course, the idea of adaptive reuse is really important. And perhaps there can be incentives or language. I mean, have you thought about that to just keep that idea in people's brains that reusing these buildings is better for the environment? Could even, if you're improving an existing apartment building and adding more units through the ADU rules, it could make a much quicker turnaround, and maybe those people could come back to an improved unit. So I don't know, maybe there's things about that we could look at. Have you thought through that?
Yeah, I could speak a little to it, and I'm going to let John Douglas, our housing element consultant, speak more about that. But the criteria, as I understand it, to count rehabilitation of units are pretty stringent. The state really wants to make sure that if it is counted towards the RENA, that the particular building or that particular units are at a risk of imminent risk of being lost to the housing market. John, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was looking up something else and trying to listen to the question at the same time. Is the question to what extent could rehabilitation and preservation of existing units count towards the RENA?
No. How can we incentivize adaptively reusing those buildings by encouragement of additional units count towards the RENA?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was listening to a different question. Then I heard a different question. We have not looked at that, but we will take that into consideration. The issue is that we just don't know whether or not an existing building is likely to be. Most developers will come into a site and will say the easiest thing is just to tear it down and build brand new. But we can take a look and see if there's other research or other data that could support that.
Right. Well, that's kind of, I mean, the idea of adaptive reuse, a lot of buildings would want to tear it down and start new. And if adaptive reuse was more part of the program, we could save some of those buildings. I don't know how you prove that for the RENA. That's staff's job to figure out. But anyway, those are my thoughts at this point. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lambert, your questions.
Thank you. I have a couple. One, I've given up my holy grail search for the meaning of quantified objectives.
I would love to know that.
I think the Dixie Cup. And just, I'll ask staff if I have this right finally. I even contacted HCD, and it was confirmed that it's basically meaningless. And staff, tell me if I'm wrong in this. A quantified objective is a number lower than the RENA that is based on insurmountable constraints that you cannot amount to build the RENA number. And it could be water supply, it could be road capacity, it could be school, it could be a whole bunch of infrastructure issues that there is no control over during the 8-year period of the housing element. So you can't reach the RENA number, and that is a quantified objective. And HCD approves that number. But then performance is not evaluated using it. So, I mean, to me, it makes absolutely, I don't even know why do it. You know? So staff,
Yes. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the quantified objective is a lower number, but compliance with the housing element is strictly based on ARENA. And John, I don't know if you have anything further to add, but I think what Leslie said basically echoed what you had said before.
Yes, I would just confirm that the quantified objective is not particularly meaningful because there are two issues that the RENA comes into play. One is demonstrating that you have adequate sites to accommodate your RENA, and that's based on the RENA. It's not based on any lower quantified objective. The second issue is performance going forward with regard to SB 35 streamlined processing, which is measured also against the RENA, not against the quantified objective. I would just throw out my opinion in there is that the quantified objective was something that was put into housing element law years ago as a a conciliatory gesture towards local governments.
Well, it means nothing as it stands right now. And I think, frankly, we need state legislation to address that. And here's the follow-up. I'm asking a question now, Sean. Here's the follow-up.
No, I understand. I'm asking you. Okay.
If the EIR shows that there are significant impacts from meeting the RENA goal, and those impacts cannot be mitigated, meaning that we would have to have a statement of overriding considerations, doesn't it, there's just something totally counter, but is that your read too, that basically we would have to follow through with the RENA number even if there were negative impacts in EIR?
Yes.
Yes.
That's the answer. Okay, so it's as crazy as I thought. I have like real questions now. When you
Leslie, can I just ask one question on your quantified objective question, because it goes right to it? Is the quantified objective a defense against a law? I understand that it is no defense against SB 35. Is it a defense against a lawsuit for failure to perform?
No, failure to perform.
Because if HED is certifying the quantitative objective, doesn't that give the city some protection based on that number in court, at least? It means zero.
Performance is evaluated based on the RENA, not the quantified objective.
So it doesn't even offer a legal back defense.
It's a waste of time. Yeah. So here are my other questions. When you look at a site, number one, I understand that you've eliminated R1 as part of the filtration process, but that's because you don't want to identify parcels, because that would be insane. But you do have an ADU set aside. Does this mean that rezoning R1 could still happen even though you haven't identified parcels in R1? And I'm not proposing that, you guys. I'm just asking a question.
That's correct. The suitable sites inventory is the purpose of it is to show the state that we have adequate capacity to accommodate housing. It's not to say that we think that all the housing will go on these sites. It's just really to show that what housing could likely be built, and it doesn't preclude the commission or council from undertaking any kind of other zoning changes as necessary or as you see fit.
Okay, just so you guys know, that question does not mean I support it. I'm just curious. When you look at a site and you decide on its capacity, using past development trends really isn't going to get us to where we need to go with the RENA. So I'm not clear how do you evaluate capacity?
The capacity is an exercise to show the state what basically what realistically could be developed on the site. As I said, that's just the first cut to show what the housing potential is. The next cut is to see if it could accommodate ARENA. If it can't, then we'll have to look at revising a development standards such that that particular site could realistically be developed into residential. So that's where the HRNA study kind of comes in.
So capacity the first step for capacity is looking at existing development standards, right?
Yes.
And then clearly those aren't going to make it, so then you come back with an alternative. I have heard, is it correct that only 40% of the sites in the current housing element have been developed as expected?
You know, we had a graphic and then the last presentation, but I don't know if I
Well,
have it.
I think that's not a pretty reliable source. So what that would mean is that there are sites out there that weren't included in the housing element that were built with housing.
Oh, yes, absolutely correct. Yes.
Well, this is interesting. Do we have areas of low resource and high resource in Santa Monica? I mean, that's very strange to me because all of our schools are excellent.
Yes, there are. I mean, there's the high resource area. SCAD came out with a tool. It's called the Helper tool that actually identifies high resource areas in the city. And these are areas with not just like high performing schools, but access to transit and jobs and so forth, and take into consideration environmental justice issues. So they do have a map that shows the high resource areas. I could see if I could try to pull it up.
You answered my question. When I read the high resource area language, I thought it meant people from outside Santa Monica who could come into Santa Monica because the whole thing is a high resource. But when you're doing your capacity and your unit count, what have you, are you also looking at real estate values such as north of Montana and how realistic it is to build affordable housing north of Montana?
That will be part of our HRNA feasibility analysis.
Is that analysis going to be reviewed by the technical committee?
I'm sorry, you cut out there. By what committee?
The whatever it is, the production committee or technical committee, whatever it is.
Yeah, we have HRNA working with us on. They will be actually at the next working group, the production. So they will be there to present to present some initial materials. Of course, they're in the midst of their study, so there won't be any material or conclusions to present on December 17th, but we intend to come back to the commission when the feasibility analysis is complete.
I just really do hope that we are going to do some peer review of HRNA when they come to us or before us or after us or whatever, and hopefully the technical committees will look at that. And then I have two final quick questions. When it comes to performance for the next cycle housing element, is the first year they look at calendar year 2022?
John, do you know that answer?
Yes.
Well, because the reason I ask is that the housing element will be approved by HCD in October, but then I know of one project that's coming online in November. So will that not count toward anything?
In terms of production, the beginning of the planning period is actually June 30th of next year. What's called the RENA time period is slightly different from the due date for the housing element. So any new housing that is completed and available for occupancy after June 30th counts towards the new RENA numbers.
Interesting. And then finally, I have a question about outreach. And maybe people are attending the webinars and everybody's plugging in and what have you. But the working group, whatever it is you call it, the other day, except for staff, it was almost 100% white. And I think, I don't know what kind of outreach you're doing to minority communities in Santa Monica, but it would be a really good idea to include them, particularly, and I say this because a lot of times we make design decisions for low-income people without consulting low-income people. For example, balconies versus storage cabinets in the basement, reduced parking, which actually tends to hurt poor people more than it helps them. And I just wonder how much involvement and outreach you're going to do. I mean, even if it involves meeting with tenants of Community Corp or people in Pico neighborhood. I just don't want this to be like an all, I want a diverse group involved, and what are you doing about that? Yeah, I mean, we've talked at length, and Jing is actually on now. She joined us, but I'll speak first. But yes, we've talked about this. The challenge is that with the COVID-19 pandemic, it's hard to do outreach the way we used to. We can't go out to the community like and attend farmers market in the Pico area like we used to and do all of that. So we are looking into
alternative methods. We've had some of our materials translated into Spanish, but of course, we always welcome any other suggestions that you have in reaching out to those other communities and community members.
Well, one issue came up a few weeks ago, and it was a surprise to me that there's one low-income housing, affordable housing project in Santa Monica that is not doing well with the reduced parking. And they have their own reasons for that, because a lot of times people have to drive to where they work. And I'm not sure they're being heard. So if we actually get to the point of designing programs that include reduced parking, I strongly suggest that we start talking to people in community corp and other affordable housing projects.
Right. So, hi everyone. This is Jing. So we had, I think the issues you're talking about is sort of like probably more way down the road in terms of program and specific development standards and things like that. In terms of the work of the housing element, it's in identifying, in terms of production, anyways, right? So we have two aspects of it. One is the sites inventory and the sort of, brand new construction. But the other side of it is, and it's why we have two technical working groups. The other side of it is stability, in terms of how we serve existing tenants, existing populations, or existing housing stock, and how we address the needs of different populations in the city. We're mandated by housing element law to look at that. And actually, I would say within our technical working group, when we sent out the participant invites, it was broadcast to the whole community, but it was also sent to all human services grant recipients, in addition to groups that represent minority communities, and we had assistance from other city departments in getting that contact information. But as Rachel said, it is we certainly see the challenges of trying to do this during COVID, in this digital format, and I think we certainly welcome any thoughts or suggestions you have about how we could be doing better on that. And certainly anybody can reach out to us if they would like a presentation, would like to have a smaller group discussion. We're always open to that. And as Rachel said, we've also taken the step of translating the webinar presentation and the video. Also, it was unfortunately too expensive to do the voiceover, so we had to do subtitles. So that will be posted online on the website as well, to try and get that information available and out there.
Thanks. You've done a great job. And just finally, Sean, I think probably the reason we don't have a lot of participants is everybody's getting their sleep in anticipation of the city council meeting next week.
Right, exactly. Before we go to Commissioner Pastor, Commissioner Lambert, forgive me, but you started the question asking about racial diversity, and your question morphed into a question about economic diversity. And because it's such a sensitive issue, I assumed that you didn't mean to imply that the one was the other, because I know you, and I think that you meant to suggest that both were important, but perhaps not so tied to each other. I want to make sure we have
separate issues. They're
right.
Two separate issues.
Okay.
Yeah. Clearly, low-income tenants have got to be involved in this process at some point.
Right, and people of color need to be involved in this process. Yeah. Right, those are two independent things. You made a comment about Roosevelt earlier, and there's quite a lot of racial diversity north of Montana now, but that's a function of wealth. That's not a function of
right. Exactly.
So
exactly.
I just wanted to make sure that anybody, because I know what you meant, but the conversation morphed in a little bit of a weird way.
Thank God you know me so well.
Commissioner Pastor, is that good? You good?
Yeah.
Commissioner Pastor.
I don't actually have any questions right now.
Oh, okay. Commissioner
I'm listening Raskin. And we'll have comments, but do not have any questions.
All right. Commissioner Raskin.
Thank you. First, just an easy question. So I know tomorrow night there's going to be a hearing before the Rent Board. I'm just curious what role the Rent Board is going to play in this process. Are they just going to provide an opinion with respect to direction and participate in the working groups, or is there some other role that they'll play in the process?
So what we understand, actually, we have one rent control board member has already signed up for the stability working group. My understanding, I think, I haven't seen the agenda item, but they have agendized it that the board could appoint, I think, another person to serve on the working groups. I imagine, obviously, their interest will be primarily with respect to rent control, housing stock, as it's their charge. And as I just indicated to Commissioner Lambert, the housing element is more than just construction and production of new units. It's very much about also looking at housing characteristics and, how are we serving our existing tenant, population as well. So I imagine that would be where the rent control board would have interest, in terms of some of the things like we are looking at, that's in the work program is, can we, answer a little bit of the question of, are there incentives to, is this idea of like landlord assistance, is that something that we can think about a little bit, as we look at trying to preserve some of our existing housing stock, finding creative ways to produce units, but also, have a win-win to use that as a way to incentivize the preservation of our existing stock. So I think, areas like that could be where we would expect to get some feedback from the board.
Great, thanks. And so last time I kind of floated a question of whether there are any studies that look at whether and to what extent ADUs are actually rented out to separate households. And I know that the housing element law looks at the production of units, not households. I'm curious if you have found any research on that, and as a follow-up, whether there is any way in our city to track when an ADU is leased out or inhabited by a separate household.
I think we obviously have a way to track when we issue the permit for it, and we've only done that for the last probably 3 years. It was a little function we had to add to our permit system. Really, the only way to know, in terms of like who, what they're doing with it is to survey them, and we are planning to do that. Is to send a survey to ADU permit holders, people who have received a building permit, to ask. Obviously, they would be under no obligation to answer the question, but I think any data is better than zero, which is what we have now. We don't really. I couldn't tell you objectively how people are using those ADUs. I think we suspect it's a lot of families and friends and what have you, but we don't know that, and nor do we know how much they're charging for it. We did look at just some, looked at like apartment listings and stuff like that, just to try and get a flavor of that. But I think, our plan is to do a survey. In the long run, I think that would be hard to sort of filter out only ADUs, because I can't think of a mechanism that I guess the city would have, to know when somebody leases an ADU, because it's the same. If you're leasing rental property, there isn't necessarily like a business license, sort of. It doesn't like a separate function. It's all the same. It's all rental of residential property. It's the classification. So really, I think it would be maybe annual surveys or something like that, to get that kind of information.
Thanks. Do you have a time frame for when you would do that survey?
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the Housing Element Update work program. Ross, who's been doing, almost all the ADU stuff, has been working on putting together the survey, and, we expect to have that out basically sometime, I think, January, February, kind of our research phase of all of this, so be able to get some of the information.
Okay, great, thanks. And then I'm hoping you could talk a little bit more about how we're identifying both the housing needs and then also producing realistic and meaningful housing for our homeless community. I know that one of the requirements of the housing element law is you have to look at the housing needs of our homeless residents, and I'm curious how that fits into our process and how the creation of beds at homeless shelters counts towards the production of units.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're going to look into further. Obviously we have the basic statistics in terms of our homeless count, and knowing how many people are experiencing homelessness. I think it's going to be work with not just within city planning, but really with our partners in community services, about how we address the housing needs of that population. John, I'm not sure if you know the answer as to whether how shelter beds are counted in terms of RHNA.
Yes, they are not counted towards the RHNA. Homeless shelters are considered group quarters, and group quarters are a separate entity. They are not housing units, and so they do not contribute toward the RHNA.
What about, I know some cities have, built emergency shelters for homeless individuals that I don't think are intended to be permanent structures. But how about those temporary structures? Do those count at all towards our unit production?
No.
Okay. So it's interesting. There's no way then to count the creation of homeless, either temporary or permanent housing. Well, I guess permanent housing would count towards our unit production, but temporary housing, just to be clear, would not count towards our unit production goals. Is that correct?
I think it's important to distinguish between the nature of the units. For example, there's a category of housing called transitional housing and also supportive housing. Those types of housing are intended for people who may be homeless, but for the housing. But transitional housing and supportive housing are classified as housing units. In other words, they're like small apartments, studio apartments. They are not considered group quarters like a homeless shelter where you have partitions and beds in a larger facility.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm sure that through this process I'll have more questions about how we count transitional housing and our methodology for our homeless community. Just one final question, and this is just out of pure curiosity, but have archaeological or paleontological resources ever been an impediment to developing sites in the city?
Rachel can probably fill out in more, but I'm going to say no. At least since I've worked here, I can't think of a single instance where that has come up.
Yeah, they're not normally considered impediments because you don't actually uncover them until you start building and digging for them. So, yeah, normally, and I don't think I've ever, as Jing said, I don't think I recall an instance where we've actually discovered some resources, but Nina is actually raising some meat. She's been here longer, so, but no, they are not considered impediments.
Well, for one thing, archaeological sites are not advertised. They don't, it's considered proprietary information. But I have seen footnotes in various historical documents that refer to a certain site where something happened and there was a big study that I'm not allowed to see as a layperson in downtown Santa Monica. So I can tell you that.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, Commissioner Reese.
Okay, thank you. Only have a couple of questions. There's discussion in there about a realistic site capacity. Could you expand on that a little bit and what the thinking is there?
Sure. It's outlined in the HCD guidebook, but I can explain. It's for example, if you have a site, what the state laws is mandating is that you don't just apply the maximum FAR. You have to take into consideration things like whether or not there's a requirement. For example, ground floor commercial, you can't assume that just applying the size of the site to the maximum FAR, you get this many units. You have to take into consideration things like easements, design standards, setbacks, open space, all of that. And on top of that, you also have to look at what has happened and been developed on similar sites in the past. And so that's what they mean by realistic capacity. And John, I don't know if you want to elaborate more on that.
No, I think that was a very good explanation. Let me just give you an example. Let's say you had a zoning district that allowed a density between 30 and 50 units per acre. The HCD's approach would, you can't just assume that everything's going to be at the top end of the range. And the most important bit of information would be what has happened in the city in that zoning district in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I find that last point really important, which is comparing to what's happened in the past. I don't remember too many projects coming to me in my years on the Planning Commission that didn't use all the density they could get. So I really urge us to look at what other projects get, because I think most people are selling their property based on the maximum, and then they're trying to develop it based on the maximum allowable densities. So thank you for that answer. Then I've also heard recently, the ADU unit rules have expanded to multifamily buildings. And I'm wondering if there's any concept of how we capture those. And those apply to not only future projects, but existing projects where there can be some conversions of space. So has there been any thought put into that?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think, ADUs are, they count towards the RHNA. So what SCAG and HCD, or actually, I guess SCAG, they went ahead and they did kind of a study, that's basically like pre-approved, fee-certified, right? That there's this assumption that you could make that, a portion of your RHNA can be used for ADUs. And if you use that assumption, they won't question it. I think we will definitely, look at that. Given that the ADUs and multifamilies is pretty brand new of this year, we haven't had a ton of, permitting experience with it yet. We're certainly seeing interest from not just some of the newer construction you see, but actually quite a bit of the existing multifamily in our multifamily residential neighborhoods, particularly in terms of conversions of currently non-livable space. So I think that we haven't looked too carefully at the SCAG study yet as to what the assumptions were, whether it accounted for this multifamily, because we may want to take a closer look at that ourselves and see if there's, more credit that we could potentially get from that, if at all possible. Obviously, our biggest challenge here is not really just like whole number of units, but they have to be affordable as well. And at this moment in time, we do not have a mechanism to require that ADUs be deed restricted or the like. We have looked at programs that other jurisdictions have tried to implement, with, I would say, medium to low success. It's kind of a complicated thing to try and put together. So it's not that it hasn't been done, but certainly something, that we could look at.
Okay, well that's a big point that you highlight, that they do need categories into.
Yeah, we have to make sure that it's sort of like the ROI on the efforts that we're putting in, right? That 70% of our allocation is affordable. I think I saw Ross. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to add on to what you said in regards to multifamily and ADUs. It is very difficult to forecast, how many ADUs can actually be established on a multifamily property, because the two routes that you can have are essentially two brand new detached ones. So that's assuming that there is enough open space on the property to build that. And then also the second route is the conversion of existing non-livable space, which is very hard to determine how much leftover space is part of a development that isn't currently being used towards a unit. So to try to forecast a multifamily is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, I agree. And I will say that I've been hearing murmurings in my business of people planning for that with new developments, right? So they have new developments that have extra space that at some point they can convert. But I do see that being a challenge of how to capture those. Those are I'll go one other question. Comment early in the presentation about church sites not being good because they don't turn over. But certainly we would look at those because they have existing parking lots that can be built on. And, the state has stepped in and done some density bonus work around that. So I'm hoping that we will include that in our review as well.
Yeah, I think certainly. I think that's a great point. We certainly have seen or had inquiries from churches that have parking lots. They're largely in residential neighborhoods, and so obviously they do qualify for that for a density bonus. So yeah, I think it's certainly something we can look at.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Okay, I just have a couple of questions before we head into discussion. And I want to pick up on what Commissioner Reese was asking about in terms of suitable sites and how that's being figured out. So let's take a parking lot, for example. There are any number of them all over the place. Some of them are owned by the city. Some of them are owned by private. Others are owned by private owners. When you are, I understand that is different from a vacant lot. And last time we talked about how many parking lot owners are reluctant to develop their parking lots because the hassle of development doesn't, make up for the ease of just cashing a check every month. So what is required to convince HCD really that a parking lot would be, a suitable site for development?
I mean, I think for our purposes, and many cities may not have this, I don't know if you want to call it an advantage, but we really do have, I think, a great history of a lot of infill development, whether it's removal of existing commercial uses or the conversion of things like a parking lot to mixed-use housing. So I think our strongest piece of evidence is going to be that historical permitting data that shows the kinds of sites that have turned over in the city. Because by and large, we are built out. There's we can count on probably two hands, right? The number of actual vacant unused properties right now. But what we are seeing is in places like the auto row, right, between Lincoln and Santa Monica, that as the times have changed, the industry is changing. They have approached the city in terms of interest of what they can do with all of that property. So I think that's going to be. I think our past performance will be very helpful there as evidence, and certainly if owners are coming forward with applications or interest or things like that, that's all also helpful data that we could provide.
But I guess what I'm getting at is, and again, I'm not suggesting that we do this, but I'm looking, for instance, I look at it's privately owned property, but as an example. So I want to make clear that I'm not calling out a specific developer. But you look at something like the Santa Monica Business Park, right, which has acres, literally acres of parking lot, right? Whether or not they want to continue to use, they're now at least, now 100% vacant, but, increasingly vacant commercial space for some other purpose. Wouldn't it be helpful for the city, instead of waiting for the developer to come to the city, to go out to some of those developers and say, if we did this, would it make you more or less likely to change the use? And then to take that statement from the developer to HCD as evidence. Because we could sit around all day, and this goes to sort of Commissioner Lambert's earlier comment about really needing to hear from a variety of constituencies. We could sit around all day speculating, as could HRNA or any other consultant, about what it would take to turn a parking lot into a housing development, except we know who the owners are. We know who those people really are, and we could actually go out and talk to them proactively and then use their answers to buttress our claims to HCD about whether or not development is possible or whether development is in fact infeasible because we can't do the things that they would be demanding that we do. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I'm wondering
no,
if there's an outreach strategy that we could pursue there.
I mean, yes, yes and no. I mean, I think that first and foremost, as kind of a guiding principle in all of this is that we have a loose that set forth a growth strategy for the city, and again, not to pick on the business park or what have you, but other like we would look like geographically. It would be the areas that have the highest and best access to transit, right? And the sort of radius around them would be where we would look first before we start moving out into other areas. I think that we have to be consistent in that regard unless we get different direction. We don't, that was something that everybody kind of agreed on, right, in terms of how we proceed, and that's how we're intending to go, unless unless there's a decision by the council to do something other than that. The question you're asking is sort of about any random surface lot, like not just that one, but just these private parking lots. I mean that is a different question. I thought you were talking about sort of a standalone surface lot. I think that if it's required parking, for an existing commercial use, it's really going to depend on that use, and whether and it's going to be a little bit probably more of a judgment call on our part, since we're the local planners. We kind of have a really good feel for the city as to who is staying and who's maybe on the brink, and sometimes we get intelligence and sometimes we don't. I will say that effort to contact individual property owners is very, very time intensive. We did it as part of the Bergamot area plan, and it took probably 3 years to contact every single owner, and I have to be honest, some of them had no idea what they were going to do. It's just, it's not always easy to put that forward. That being said, if we do get, the reason I kind of, highlighted kind of Auto Row is because we have been approached by multiple entities, about interest there. So to me, that seems like a worthy area to look at versus somewhere else, if we're not seeing that level of interest. So, I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I just tend to think, even when we had the conversation years ago, that was before COVID, that was before telework, that was before unpredicted changes to commercial commercial occupancies. And you can just, if you Google commercial occupancy, you will find 15 different opinions about where it's going, right?
Sure.
Ranging from nowhere to everywhere. And then I think, and it also precedes, I think, really important research on redlining and racial justice that have forced us to reckon, as both of our callers mentioned, but reading books like Richard Rothstein's The Color of Law that have forced us to really reckon with the historical legacy of where we are and what we can do to affirmatively further fair housing. So I think, yes, in the first instance, we should follow the strategy that's laid out, but I think we also need, that's why I'm asking about those outreach strategies in order to understand what we could do. Could we reach out, say, to the top 10 or top 20 largest landowners in the city just to get their input? And I know that's work, but it's not reaching out to 300 people. It's reaching out to 20 people and saying, hey, we want to do a meeting for you. My second question is related to that, which is, I think through this process, we're going to have moments where we have to deal with what is, but we will want, and I don't want to speak for the city council, but I suspect that they will want the same, the opportunity to inquire about what could be. So I'll give you an example because we were talking about ADUs. Right? If there were a state law that exempted ADU construction from property reassessment for as long as that ADU was deemed restricted as affordable housing, that could potentially incentivize the production of ADUs and could actually help us achieve our RHNA goals. But that's not the law right now. So if we wanted, is there going to be an opportunity in this process to maybe surface some of those ideas as they emerge, kind of get our heads around them, and then put them in front of council, or for council to put them in front of the League of Cities or CalCog or whatever, to try to advance state legislation that will facilitate the things we want to do that are not currently possible for us to do. And I ask that recognizing that the element we have to prepare will have to be responsive to the law that is, not the law that we wish were.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's yes, and I think that's, the questions for discussion tonight. Like I would say the key question that we are asking the commission, the time would be now to, if you have thoughts or ideas or on policy areas that we should explore, now would be the time to say it, because again, the timeline to do this work is very fast. It's very compressed. It's unlike any other strategic plan we've ever done in the city. We have months, not years. I think certainly if you do have thoughts like that, certainly now would be the time to say it. The housing element, does have the opportunity to not just recognize what things are. We can, in the form of like programs, adopting programs in the housing element, as long as we like just the idea that you just mentioned. If we wanted to do that, it could be a program that's in the housing element, but we would, so it doesn't have to necessarily be done on the day that it's adopted, but we have a commitment to have it done in, within 180 days of the certification of the housing element, for example. So you can, like, as long as the program says this is what we're going to do, and HCD will follow up to make sure that we did do it, from a compliance perspective, that's how we would address this sort of thing, because we may not have time to fit it all in, before the adoption, to sort of link, production to regulatory changes that we want to make to support that. So.
Okay, and let me ask the inverse question let me ask the inverse question. Some of the things that we think are actually going to facilitate housing production in Santa Monica, like streamlined approvals, have been enacted by the City Council as interim rather than permanent zoning ordinances, which means that absent affirmative action by the council, those ordinances will expire. So, right. To what extent do we get credit in the city for being able to say that streamlining is going to help us produce our housing? And what does it obligate the council to continue those IZOs? Does it, are we at risk if they are IZOs as opposed to permanent ZOs? What's the landscape that we're actually operating in? Because I think here.
Yeah, so I mean, just remember the planning period is 2021 to 2029, right? So it at least has to be for that period, I think, for us to be able to take credit for it. If it dies somewhere in the middle, I think that we're probably going to have a hard time having that pass the sniff test. And I think, John, is that an accurate, if not an eloquent statement?
That's a fair statement, I think.
Yeah.
Can we get partial credit? I mean, can we get credit for the period of time that it is enacted? And then if the council, let's say the council says, let's say we have the IZO, right, that is still good through the end of the first year of can we get a partial credit toward production in that year because those approvals will be streamlined? And then maybe the council comes up with a different way that it wants to streamline. Would it get, how would that then be reviewed? Or is it all or nothing? If it's not permanent, we get zero credit.
I think you actually have to explain what that other alternative might be.
Okay. I saw a hand, I think, from Mario and from Elise. So Mario, then Elise.
Commissioner Pastor, go ahead. You have a question, I'll follow.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little unclear listening to this conversation about policy and programs because, I mean, aren't we really just getting credit for units? And so how do we get credit for a policy?
Well, that's my point, because we're being told that HCD is going to look at every unit we claim to be able to produce and then decide whether we're telling the truth based on some vague context within which that unit's getting produced. And I'm trying to understand, like, are we basically challenging HCD to say, no, you're dreaming? Like, how do we prove that the unit is producible?
So I think it's it's really within that realm of explaining how that implementation action, that program, I use the word program because that's the nomenclature they use, but it's an implementation action. How that action supports the production of housing. So in this case, right, I think we've always kind of talked about like the likelihood of housing versus commercial. If you create the same rules for both, we already know what's happened. We've seen it, right? We're living it right now in some zones in the city where the standards are the same. We're not seeing housing production. In areas where housing has a measurable advantage, whether in terms of process or development standards, we are seeing housing being produced. So I think that's telling us something, in terms of how we might approach it in areas where we would like to see housing, but we're not seeing it.
So to follow up on Sean's question about these interim streamlining provisions, is it enough to say potentially the city could adopt another streamline provision, that would similar or that would allow X, Y, and Z? Like, how detailed does that have to be? Or do we not know that?
Yeah, John, can you address that a little bit in terms of just conceptually how HCD might look at that?
Yes, I will try. And I think the commission has put their finger on one of the most frustrating aspects of housing elements, and that is there's a human desire to have a direct link. If A, then B. But the problem is that the way the state legislature has set up this process, it is very subjective, and there isn't a direct one-to-one connection between any policy or program and HCD granting X amount of units. It is I sometimes call it a package deal. So HCD will look at the housing element, and on balance, they will look at a wide variety of things. They will look at your sites analysis. They'll look at your permit processing. How do you process projects? Is it subjective or is it objective? And what is your track record of producing housing? And how does the city deal with affordable housing? Do you encourage affordable housing? And this bundle is sort of like a bundle of goods. And then at the end of the day, HCD passes judgment. Yes, we will either give you the credit that you're asking for, or no, we don't think you have demonstrated that you have adequate capacity. And what that means, if they say, no, you haven't demonstrated adequate capacity, it means that you need to dig deeper and you need to find some other ways to convince them. And that could be through expanding your inventory of sites. It could be for adopting incentives. I'm working with some small cities now that don't have any commercial zoning at all in the city. And so their entire arena is based on ADUs. And so, how do they encourage ADUs? Well, you could create incentives. You could grant more than the state minimum. There's one ADU plus one junior ADU allowed on a single family lot now. I can show you one small city in the San Gabriel Valley that had to commit to allowing multiple ADUs on single family lots in order to convince HCD that they had enough capacity. So it's
okay, yeah, I got it. So then, sorry, Les. So in that regard, I think this is my last question. Is the law different than it was in the last cycle for this? Or are you able to look at any past precedent to know what they will accept and they won't accept?
There is some precedent, but the law has changed drastically. And of course, the elephant in the room is that the RENA numbers have changed. Right. By orders of magnitude.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And Mario had a follow-up.
Actually, can I still borrow your mind for a second, because something you said earlier caught my attention. You mentioned something happens on June 30th at some point in time. And what were you talking about specifically? Can you clarify what kicks in on June 30th?
Yes, the RENA numbers are based on a discrete period of time, and there are two different time periods. One has to do with the production of housing for the RENA, and the other is when the housing element adoption is due. So the housing element, the due date for adoption of the housing element is October 15th of next year, but the RENA period for this next sixth cycle begins on June 30th of next year. And so any new units that are created from June 30th on are counted towards that sixth cycle RENA number.
I understand it. So does that mean that the fifth cycle actually ends on June 30th? Is
Yes.
that what we're saying? And then we will run till 2030, June 30th of 2030. Is that correct? In other words, we're starting at 2022, June 30th, and we're running all the way to 2030 on June 30th.
Well, the sixth cycle for purposes of counting the RENA, it begins on June 30th of 2021 next year, and it runs until October 15th of 2029. So it's 8.25 years.
So that means that the only thing that's counted in those 8.25 years is the units that are actually permitted. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, but I hate to make this any more complicated, but there are two different calculations. There's the calculation of capacity that goes into your housing element. That's the future potential for housing development. And then there's the actual production of housing as you go through the planning period. And the main consequence of that has to do with SB 35 streamlining, whether you have to grant streamlined approval for applications.
Yeah. Well, the reason this comes up is we actually have quite a pipeline in Santa Monica. On our immediate horizon, there's about 4,000 units in various stages of development. So it's to our advantage as a city to have as many of those piled into the new sixth cycle, let's say, rather than kind of get orphaned back in the fifth cycle where they don't help us necessarily, if you know what I mean. So
yes,
that's why I'm trying to be very clear on what afternoon do we start counting the units that we have produced. And you're telling me that on June 30th of 2021, anything permitted there for another 8.25 years counts. Everything else is irrelevant. Is that correct?
Well, actually, the inventory of sites is made up of projects that are currently in the approval pipeline, a submitted application or a project that has building permits that have been issued, but the project is not expected to be complete until at least June 30th of next year. Those would be pipeline projects, and those would count towards the RENA. And then the other component is future potential projects just based on the zoning that's on the properties.
Okay. So that's another thing that's confusing to me. When we say something counts for the RENA number, it doesn't mean it's actually built. It means it's just permitted, correctly? Is that actually what we're saying? So it's irrelevant when it's completed. Is it permitted? Because it might be completed between the cycles or into the next cycle, or it might. Is that correct? That only things, it basically SCAG only counts and RENA only counts things that are permitted. Is that?
No, it's for purposes of the housing element, demonstrating that you can accommodate your RENA.
Yeah.
As I say, you've got projects that are in the pipeline. An application's already been submitted. The critical factor is when is that project likely to be completed and come online? And so that
when you say completed, that means actually physically built.
In planner lingo, it's a certificate of occupancy. So the building permit is finalized and it's available for occupancy. That is the critical date when the project or the unit is counted towards the RENA for this cycle.
For this cycle, meaning the fifth cycle. We're still in the fifth cycle.
Yeah, well, if the certificate of occupancy is issued on June 20th of next year, it counts towards the fifth cycle that we are currently in. If a project is under construction, if it breaks ground tomorrow, but it's not expected to be complete and have occupancy until July of next year, then that project counts towards the new housing element that we're working on.
Okay. So I guess that is the confusion, that you're saying that some things are counted when they're completed and some things are counted when they're permitted. And that's what's mixing apples and oranges here. But let me go back to when we say something is permitted, if you will, does that mean it is actually a building permit? All fees have been paid and a building permit has been issued and they could start construction tomorrow when they're done bidding or whatever they have to do? Or does that mean just when the planning entitlements have been obtained, meaning the planning approval, the ARB perhaps? Tell me where permitting occurs. When does permitting get locked in?
It's when the building permit is issued.
Actually issued. Plans are stamped. Fees are paid.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. It should be when the building, so it counts towards, when the permit is issued.
Okay. And then something that Commissioner Landers was going toward, and that's industrial commercial vacancies. With the collapse of retail and the collapse of restaurants and the collapse of office, there's going to be just acres and acres of this loose real estate, commercial real estate. And the question of how much of that can be probabilistically harvested into basically our RENA numbers. And is that something that HR&A are going to look at for us? Are they going to give us an estimate of that?
Of how many office buildings can be converted to housing?
Yeah, how much acreage? If we're told that, a third of the restaurants are going out of business, they're gone, poof. And half of the offices are now going remote, poof, what happens to that square footage? And I think Commissioner Launders was going after that in another direction. But some of that was going to come down to, we have basically a certain amount of commercial vacancy here that we've never had before historically. And how much can that be rounded up? And how much is available in play? And that there could be things that we could do in terms of policy to increase the probability by allowing people to convert by right from commercial to residential and treat them as tenant improvement projects instead of, full-on construction. So that's what I want to know if there's going to be consideration of.
I mean, I think it's something that we'd have to look a little bit closer at, to the extent that I think you're talking about two different classes of land use. If you're talking about sort of your average, neighborhood commercial retail space, they tend to be in sort of, single-story buildings, and I don't know enough about the reality of converting that, the cost involved versus the return, how many units you could put in a structure like that, whether that would be worthwhile. I think it's something that we would probably want to hear a little bit about from, people who are housing providers or who have done that sort of work to understand the realities around that. And I think similarly with respect to conversion of office space, I think it's something that we would have to look at again, with people who are involved in doing that work. I guess I will say anecdotally, we have understood from people who, property owners of office buildings, that it's not something that's necessarily easy to do with office buildings that were built. If they were built with that sort of flexibility in mind, that's one thing. But some of these older office buildings, that's not the case. And in some cases, it may be easier just to demolish it and start over. So, that's not too different than just how we would look at any any other sort of sites analysis in terms of looking at likelihood of turnover of existing commercial property.
Okay. And the last question I have is concerning the role of Airbnbs in this housing balance of ours. There is sort of a question that Commissioner Raskin was going toward. As we look at ADUs, how many of those are being used by family members versus they become truly new units for unrelated people? The same thing is happening with Airbnb. Do we know where we are with Airbnb? And are those units flowing back into the housing mix, or are they permanently orphaned in a sense for the tourism trade? What's your read on that?
I'm not sure I totally understand the question, but the city does have a home share ordinance. So we do not allow any other kind of short-term rental other than home share in the city. And, they're required to obtain a home share permit to do that. So obviously we know how many we have in the city. I don't know that we would have data about how many people thought they were going to do it who ended up not doing it. All we know is how many permits we have for home share.
Okay, but what I'm saying is as these homes get, let's say, divvied up and become, let's call them junior ADUs, they're kind of perfect animals for basically Airbnb use, or they become additional housing stock. And that's what I'm asking is what's the probabilistic value of that in terms of meeting our RHNA number? If they're all going to ADUs, great. If they're becoming, they get absorbed by Airbnb, they're less valuable to us in a sense.
We have an ordinance. We have a new ordinance that says new ADUs permitted after January 1st may not be out for less than a year. So anything permitted after January 1st is de facto permanent housing. De jure and de facto. But I'm going to ask a last one.
There's a little window where ADUs are permitted to be home shares as well. So that's just the other thing.
Right. I just want to follow up on Commissioner Fonda Bernardi's question. He asked about commercial vacancies, and I was admittedly asking it from a different angle. I wondered whether staff was studying the actual state of the art on conversions. I ask this because I think I mentioned this a couple of meetings ago, I did have a conversation with someone who's trying to start a business to convert a commercial office space to residential. And when I got on the phone with the person, what it turned out was that their understanding of residential was Airbnb type or medium term type housing. And they didn't actually have a business model for converting a commercial office building to a real apartment for a family of four. And so before we go down the road of converting commercial to residential, it would be helpful to know whether that's actually doable.
No, I mean, that's sort of what I was saying is that, we really need to understand, because, the city is not building housing, we're not the producers of housing, right? It's, we need to actually talk to the private market who is providing the housing, to understand the realities of doing that and what they have in mind. You're right that, I would say pre-COVID, we were seeing a ton of activity around sort of this, quote unquote, new housing models and sort of different, residential innovations, I guess I'll call them, in terms of, how redefining what it means to be a dwelling unit and what have you. Obviously, HCD has a definition of that. So to the extent that, if they're producing units that can address both needs, right, in a different way, right, I think that's something that obviously we would want to take a look at. Again, though, the role being, I think, the challenge before us, and I don't want us to lose sight of that, that's not just producing any kinds of units, it's affordable units. And, so that's always adding that complicated layer of how do we not just produce units, but affordable units.
Thank you. Commissioner Lambert, is your point of order something other than that we should go to the discussion items now?
No, it is. Actually, I would follow up on something that Mario said. You know this already, but any adaptive reuse project potentially has to be listed by address in the housing element. You have to know ahead of time that it's really going to happen or potentially going to happen. And then in terms of adaptive reuse, those of you familiar with downtown LA know that there are thousands and thousands of housing units that are adaptive reuse along Broadway that are upper floor commercial office, and they are very successful. And then, yes, I do have a point of order. I think we're being asked tonight to look at the outreach program, the goals, and the site selection criteria. So it would be really good to focus on that, I think, given the time it is right now.
So
let's a break.
Yeah. So let's do this. It is 8:52. We've been at this for 3 hours and 22 minutes. Let us take a break until 9 p.m. It sounds like people would like a break, if that's okay. I'm looking at slide 34 on the presentation, and it says questions for discussion. What I'd like to do is let's take a 5-minute break, and when we come back at 9 o'clock, we're going to work our way through each of these, give every commissioner a chance to answer every question. You don't have to answer every question if you don't want to, but we'll just go around and around so that we can capture feedback for staff, and then we'll circle back when we're done with that to see if there's anything else folks want to add. Does that work for everybody? See you at 9 o'clock? Okay. And it's just in time for the nightly protest in Sunset Park, so if you have opinions about that, just listen out your window if you're anywhere near Sunset Park.
That's Sheila's house?
We're recessed and we're recording, so we're recessed and we're recording.
Is it where I think it is?
powering through dinner here. 3-minute dinner.
Yeah, I'm still eating.
Some of us just have to eat, and we eat on camera. So
yeah. Maybe we should make that a feature of meetings while we're online. You know, we could have commissioner recipes in the middle of the agenda. I don't know.
I think it's a great idea because I want you to know that my purple masa arrived today. So I did.
Oh, really?
Yes, it did. I did bake a banana bread this afternoon, but I didn't think it would be suitable for purple. But I will be making a purple pizza, and I might actually try a purple loaf of bread.
nice. Well, let us know how it goes.
I will definitely take a picture and share it. We can eat it with you maybe when we meet again.
There we go. That's a good plan.
When is Hanukkah? When does Hanukkah start?
Tomorrow.
Hanukkah starts tomorrow. Yeah.
I could put, no, it wouldn't work. In the latkes.
Yeah.
But the masa would just when you fry it.
You know, you could, if you're going for color, you would do purple Yukon purple potato latkes.
I have actually made purple potato latkes before, but when you fry them, they turn brown.
That's
It's all purple vegetables. Just
even in an air fryer.
I don't have an air fryer. I do it the old-fashioned way in a giant cast iron.
I thought the old-fashioned way was from the Manischewitz mix.
I'm not that old-fashioned. I'm pretty scratchy.
Well, there may or may not be a new stand mixer in our household, and there's great excitement among various family members.
Yeah, well, I can talk to you about baking some other time.
We will talk about it. Well, future agenda. That's for future agenda items. Exactly. All right, let us go. Do we have folks back?
I think Jim passed out.
No, I'm here. I'm just eating my bites. I'll be there shortly. Okay. Don't wait.
Okay. So what we're gonna do? Well, then we won't start with your end of the alphabet. We will jump into page 34. I just want to make sure everybody knows where we are. Questions for discussion.
You want to put it up
this is
Sean?
Hi, Sean.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask Ross just to share his screen just so you guys can see it.
That'd be great.
That'd be terrific.
Okay.
The questions are actually
want everybody to see where we are. And so what we're going to do while it's coming up on the screen is let's just start. We're going to go really systematically. Starting with Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, we're going to do commission feedback on the outreach program. So let's just do the commission feedback on the outreach program. We'll start with.
I know this goes without saying, but can we try to, keep it concise? And if someone said what you want to say, just say, as Commissioner.
Yes.
Yes, please do. Actually, if you want to ditto, please make that clear because the staff is going to report, what ideas rose to the top of commission discussion. Yeah. Okay. Let's start. Mario, you're up. You're muted. And now it's on screen. So commission feedback on outreach program.
Okay.
Okay,
we already talked about it. We talked about, from my side, converting the commercial into residential uses and the specific code change that would be required.
No, but we're talking about the outreach program. Do you have any other groups that you want staff to?
Program, I'm fine with the outreach program. It is what it is, and it's already started. So, commission feedback on the scope of. Oh, we're just going to do one line at a time.
Doing outreach. We're going to go line by line, just for clarity. So if you don't have anything else on outreach, let's go to Commissioner Fresco.
For outreach, I was kind of thinking, during COVID, all of these Zoom meetings are very abstract, and maybe I can't think of I was thinking maybe staff could provide a list of sites that somebody could go drive by or ride by on their bike that show the kinds of housing we would be looking at various places, so people can really understand what we're talking about and kind of make things a little more real and a little less abstract. It would just be a list that people could do on their own in their own time with their mask on. But I find that getting out on my bike and checking out all the changes that keep happening in the city makes a big difference in my feeling of connectedness to this work. So.
Okay, Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you. I want to compliment staff on the outreach program. I think it's absolutely phenomenal. I can't remember ever doing anything this exhaustive as we've out. My two comments are, one, I really would like to see more outreach to communities of color and low-income tenants. That probably is more relevant when we actually get to the programmatic and policy decisions. And then something that came up in my workshop, a lot of things came up in my workshop, but I'll go there, is there seems to be a lot of confusion, not having knowledge of what the planning process is. I heard that from a number of people in my workshop. What comes first? What comes second? I mean, there were people in my workshop who said goals should be done after the EIR, which clearly shows a lack of understanding of how planning works. So I think maybe for this group, the bigger workshop, whatever it's called, there should be a few minutes given to what the planning process is and what has to come first and what goes second, et cetera. And you can't really get to the EIR until you have a housing program, which you can't have without goals. So that's my comment.
Okay, Commissioner Pastor. You did?
I agree with everything Leslie has said, including the compliments to staff. I think that, Commissioner Lambert's comments, I think Commissioner Fresco's comments about visuals are really interesting, and wonder if some kind of visual references, whether it be probably pictures, would really be helpful for people to get a better understanding of what we're talking about. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the comments of others about reaching out to communities of color, low-income communities, and communities at risk of displacement and gentrification. I think it's going to be really important to partner with and outreach to both city staff and local stakeholders who work with the homeless community, and also people who are currently experiencing housing insecurity beyond having a stable place to live. Also agree with what other people said about outreaching to the owners of large sites, et cetera. That's all.
Commissioner Reese.
I agree with everything I said, or what was said previously. I'm trying to figure out ways to get more response on the survey questions. I heard we had like 400, and out of the population, I would like to get a little more. So, there's big organizations in the city that maybe we can tap into their emails, whether it's religious organizations or Santa Monica Malibu School District, maybe CCSM. CCSM, I think, is important just from the standpoint, this argument that we've heard about making sure we serve the needs. We're building housing that serves the needs of people who are who need it. I think that would be helpful. Other than that, I appreciate the work that staff's done and realizes a time to do this.
Yep, and I'll echo what's been said, doubling down on the way Commissioner Raskin phrased it as communities of color, low-income communities, and communities at risk of displacement. On the visuals, I remember that there was, during the DCP, I think, a really cool online tool where you could kind of go and play with different options, and I think it could be interesting if there's time and resources, recognizing that there isn't, and that our staff is working incredibly hard under incredibly trying circumstances to give people an opportunity to understand what it would look like if we, for example, put housing on parking lots. I mean, I think people have an impression of what's possible and what's not and what's feasible, and more visual tools we can give people to really imagine that more concretely, the better it will be. And as far as the organizational outreach goes, I would recommend CCSM and EAH, which is the other player, as well as Commissioner Reese mentioned, Santa Monica Area Interfaith Council, and then we have the West Side Coalition on Hunger and Homelessness, which has quite a lot of good access to these communities that we're talking about, as does, by the way, the recipient organizations of the Human Services Grants Program. Since there's a lot of investment in those relationships to begin with, they know who different communities of different kinds of opportunities and risks are in Santa Monica, and I'd really love to hear from them as we move forward, particularly as we think about the housing mix. We haven't actually talked about what kind of housing we need. That's going to get later on in the conversation, but we really need to be hearing from those diverse groups about the types of housing we need, because theoretically we could do this with a whole bunch of micro units, and that's just not the point. So even though they are part of the point. Okay, that is the outreach program. Let us move on to proposed scope of study. We'll start with Commissioner Reese. Question 1, what are the policy areas we should explore in the update? You're muted, Jim. Still muted.
Sorry, got too many windows open here. I thought that was an interesting comment that I think it was you, Commissioner Landers, had about, is there a way to incentivize ADUs to be kept as affordable, and whether that is fee breaks or I like the tax incentive, but obviously that's out of our city's control, but that kind of a policy incentive. And then also the conversion of commercial. I think that's really important. And I do want to point to everyone's attention that the UCLA Anderson School had a study came out, and one of their findings was it's going to take a long time for retail and office to come back because we've learned to live without it. So I think there might be some data points in there staff could look at, but those are two areas where I would look at.
Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, I think in conjunction with the areas of study we've talked about earlier, I think that one thing that hasn't been talked about a lot that we really should pin down in more detail is figuring out strategies for alleviating rent burdens on our residents, whether it's subsidizing rent or other strategies, and then the other piece of that puzzle is exploring funding strategies. Mike Feinstein had talked about maybe having a land value tax. So I mean, that's all part of a broader equation that plays into the answer to that question. But I think in terms of policy, I think that prioritizing equities and benefiting those who are suffering the most in our community will be crucial in making sure that there's an equitable distribution of housing opportunities, both in terms of where they're located across the city and also how they're actually built in practice. And I'll leave it at that.
Great. Commissioner Pastor.
Responding to Jim's comment about affordable ADUs, I know that the city of LA is doing probably, and I think under Amy Anderson, our former commissioner, is doing a pilot program that if funds are being put towards an ADU, that it then has a covenant for a certain number of years that it has to be rented at an affordable rate. And so that might be an interesting program to look at. I have long advocated for some kind of moderate income density bonus, and that this is something that's a little bit in this question and in number 3. A lot of us have talked about the need for the missing middle and moderate income housing, and so how can we incentivize that? And I really think it's important And this is something I'll bring up in the production group to understand, like, what is the sweet spot in terms of the financing for it? Because that's the piece I don't really understand, because it's the financing comes from private financing sources, right? So how can market rate developers really make that work? I think that that's something we should be looking at. And I think those are my two big ones.
Okay, Commissioner Lambert.
Okay, these kind of all relate to the same points. So in terms of policy areas, I think we really need to look at a toolbox of housing production, including inclusionary housing, 100% affordable housing, adaptive reuse, and doing some incentive program for ADUs. I mean, all those different, we can't just be looking at one type of housing, one model for housing. So the policies we develop should be aimed at all of those. And one of the ADU ideas, which I'm going to actually explore in terms of legislation, is getting a property tax exemption for deed restricted ADUs. At this point, it's not legal to do that. So we would need state law to do that. In terms of specific groups we should target, clearly the homeless are, my mind, foremost. So we should be supporting permanent supportive housing, including some kind of fast tracking of parking structure 3. That's sort of been lost in oblivion, but that's going to be partly as permanent supportive housing. And I know student housing does not count toward RENA, but it is nevertheless a need in Santa Monica. I mean, the groups we should be looking at really span all income categories and age groups and household types. I think that we need to look at the reality that co-housing for single and people and couples is a reality, and it's a market, and we need to include them. And what housing types, again, co-housing, I think we should be looking at. We should be looking at a broad array of the market.
Leslie, I think we're just on one still, policy.
We are. We're just on one.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. I thought we were doing all three.
No, we're just doing one. We're just going one. We're going round by round.
Okay, well, the policy
So do you have more for policy?
are basically look at the whole toolbox of housing production
Okay.
and do what it takes to do it.
Okay. Commissioner Fresco.
Hold on, I'm on. I'm really interested in looking for ways to diversify some of our neighborhoods that are whiter and richer, and bringing more kinds of people into them, and not just focusing them where the old redlining was in the city historically. And I think because of the high cost of those neighborhoods, as we discussed with Tara at our last meeting, that this idea of incentivizing ADUs in particular in some of those areas that you can get extra ADUs, or the idea of a density bonus or something that people can get. I guess extra ADUs and a density bonus are the same. In order to try to find ways to get more of those kinds of units. I had a kind of half-baked thought in my head before of a way of encouraging adaptive reuse that would help upgrade. I know this won't get us a lot of RENA numbers, but maybe the combination of adaptive reuse and adding ADUs and units to existing apartment buildings could improve the quality of life of people who are here and enable owners of those apartments who are small owners to keep them online and get a little extra income out of them. And I think as a general policy, some kind of incentives for moderate income, or, for our working class. We've just been building a lot. We need a lot of low income and very low income homes for people, but there's a big hole in our system, and we need to work on filling that too.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, I agree with whatever the other 6 people have said. I totally emphasize the idea of converting unused commercial into residential. And I will also add another policy that I think that all new buildings should be net zero buildings?
All right, and here's my list. I think so. I agree with everything that's been said, and to Commissioner Fondo Bernardi's point about net zero buildings, I think we need to find ways to explore new construction types. Obviously, there's the California Building Code, but to the extent that we can find ways that are seismically appropriate for our particular geography and geology, I think we should be looking for ways to incentivize. There are a whole bunch of conversations going on, including what the city of LA is doing with trying to build new low-cost housing units that are for all income levels. They're just trying to lower the cost of construction, whether it's through prefab or anything else. From a policy level, I think that we need to study. I think we need to study a housing vacancy tax. I don't want to take away the thunder from our colleagues on the Rent Control Board who've been exploring that, but I think we need to look at that as a. We're talking about exploration. We need to look at what that could do. As a philosophy of policy, I believe that we need to provide certainty to our housing market. And one of the reasons that I think that the streamlining was so important was that it said that within our envelope, within the building envelope that had been established by ordinance within the city of Santa Monica, if you were going to honor those limits, you could actually build your project with administrative approval. And I think we can have productive debates about what are the right sizes, what are the right development standards. But within those envelopes, I think we need to provide a lot more certainty. And with respect to the way that business gets done in Santa Monica, we just have to make it faster. If something is code compliant and is net zero and safe construction and all of those things, it shouldn't take 12 months to get something even started for consideration. And we really need to accelerate that. I want to come back to the racial equity issues because I think that there are, when people talk about density in Santa Monica, we actually have hyperdensity and hyperdiffusion depending on when you're looking at, R1 or other places. And to Commissioner Fresco's point and to our first caller's point, we really need to look at the equitable distribution of land in Santa Monica. That's complicated, but from a policy standpoint, there is continuing state legislation. 1120 has come back in the form of SB 9. And I think if we're looking at the city getting credit, I think it's very important that we assert that any state legislation that's coming through in 21 or 22 is going to actually give us credit toward RENA if it actually changes the developability of parcels in our city, whether it's church parking lots and synagogue parking lots or what is allowed to be done on an R1 parcel is SB 9. So those are like AB 8, that's 899 and 1120 version 2.0. Lastly, I don't know where to fit this, so I'll say it here, and I think this goes to the EIR scoping. I do think we need to explore the policy implications of the no-build option, right? If we do nothing, there's incredible Ellis impact. There are environmental justice and racial justice considerations. There's potential VMT impact from basically forcing people to come into Santa Monica to go to work to the extent that they are coming into work. There's new by right legislation coming from the state and local level. And then, of course, there's ADUs, which are going to be increasingly popular. And so I think we need to understand not only the consequences of what we're growing toward, but also what are the consequences are of doing nothing, so that we can really make a better informed choice. And that's the last piece that I want to say that I think hasn't been said, which is I really want this to be and feel economically holistic. From a policy standpoint, I feel strongly that our housing policies should be tied to our economic sustainability policies and our environmental sustainability policies moving forward. We shouldn't do this in a vacuum. We cannot turn ourselves into a bedroom community because I don't think that's what we are. We have to have an economic engine, and we have to make sure that our housing choices are consistent with a life cycle in Santa Monica. We heard from the caller who said she wanted to move back here and raise a family. Are we producing? That's later, but we have to have that policy discussion that puts those pieces together so that our housing element actually is consistent with our broader vision for where the city is going. And again, that's a conversation that has to happen with many, many other people at the table. But I think we have to listen and look to the data and understand this post-COVID environment and really think about what is the economic and residential future for Santa Monica. So that's policy areas. Question 2, are there any specific groups we should target new housing for? And we'll start with Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Okay, very simple. I think we should target the homeless as number 1. I think we should target families as number 2. They're underserved in our city. And the last group we should target is the ownership possibilities at all different price points. We saw a project come in this evening that would fit that criteria to try to amp up ownership as one of our values.
All right. Commissioner Fresco.
I said, actually, I answered this question before that while I think the very low income and low income groups are really important because many of them aren't housed at all, I think that we still need to focus on the moderate income hole that we have in our city in particular.
Commissioner Lambert.
Well, I think at this point, one of the first groups we should focus on is the tenants who are at risk of eviction because of COVID. There are many. And whether that's a rental assistance program or that probably would be the most appropriate. Otherwise, our homeless population is going to mushroom. So second would be homeless folks. So we should be prioritizing permanent supportive housing. And then I think it's really important to have an income spectrum in Santa Monica, and we are losing that. In fact, if we haven't already. Economic diversity is really important in this city. So I would strongly, I'm very heartened to see some projects coming in with moderate income housing. I would also love to see a home ownership program, but without, that really, in my opinion, has to be on city-owned land because it would be too expensive if it were on private land. So again, so that would be at-risk tenants, homeless people, and an income spectrum that is diverse and use of city land for home ownership.
Commissioner Pastor.
What she said. And Commissioner Pasco said too.
Okay, Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, ditto on the missing middle comments, but that should, I think, be harmonized with the goal of focusing also on strategies for helping those who are worst off in our community, particularly those who are homeless or in various stages of housing insecurity. And I think that is a slightly more complex question. I mean, Chair Landers, you know, as through your work on the Social Services Commission, that there's been a lot of talk about the types of problems with the existing homelessness services in the city. And so, you know, that needs to be looked at in conjunction with other types of supportive services. But then the corollary to question 2 is also, you know, how do we keep people in their homes now, which is what Commissioner Lambert was talking about. And, you know, I think we do need to look more broadly at you know, how we can get the most bang for our buck. You know, if you take $600,000, which is the cost of one affordable unit, you can give 10 families $500 a month and make a tremendous difference in their lives. So those are the types of things that I think we need to look at in the context of figuring out, you know, what good we're going to do with our resources.
Commissioner Reese.
It's hard to argue with any of the groups that my fellow commissioners have pointed out. I would say that obviously homeless individuals now is a critical component, and trying to keep people from becoming homeless is important. But looking at the rent control report that was sent to us by Commissioner Raskin, which I appreciate, I saw that there was a gap for kids, you know, in the late 20s and early teens and early 20s, and we need that demographic to hold on to. And also at the older level. So we got a lot to do. I'm not sure 8,800 units is going to be enough.
So what everybody said, but I want to highlight a couple of things. To Commissioner Fonda Bernardi's point about families, I think it's, and this sort of goes to what Commissioner Reese was saying. I really would like to look at particularly young families. I've witnessed a lot of economic and housing disruption when looking at the elementary years. When people have moved into Santa Monica, they've stretched to get into Santa Monica, and then a rent goes up unexpectedly at a time in their careers when when parents are still paying off student loans, don't quite have the salaries to cover to be as flexible in that missing middle, and that's where there's a real dearth of creative housing types, and I'll talk about that later. So, targeting young families, absolutely on the homeless. We need to expand those housing options. But two other points that haven't been made. One is, I do think we need to be talking about the legacy of redlining. And so if we're talking about specific groups, we do need to talk about racial justice, particularly for African American and Latino families who were displaced by the arrival of the 10 freeway and other developments in Santa Monica. And we started that conversation, but I do think it needs to be named. And we need to be thinking about what those communities need to address the historical legacy. And then something that hasn't come up tonight is that I believe there are 284 deed restrictions that are expiring during the term of the next cycle. And if we're talking about keeping people in their homes, this may go back to policy areas, and we're talking about targeting. I think one really effective way to target our affordable housing is to preserve those deed restrictions. And so, given that it's possible that developers own multiple properties, if we can give incentives to developers who have expiring restrictions, that if they preserve those restrictions or double down on them, we'll give them something else somewhere else. But I think that the best housing to keep is the housing we have. And I would prioritize the group of people who are in that type of housing. There was the conversation at council, I think 5 years ago, about the negotiation with the Nielsen Towers. There's precedent in our city for negotiating to extend those deed restrictions in exchange for other benefits. So we should be protecting that community as well. Let's go to housing types and start with Commissioner Reese.
Well, I mean, we got to look at. I don't have any new types. I mean, I think adaptive reuse is going to play a big part of this. Modular housing is going to play a big part of it, and trying to figure out how to expand the credit we get for some co-housing. That's it. Okay, Commissioner Askin.
Yeah, I agree with all that, and kind of reaching back to something I neglected to say for the last question is, looking at ways to facilitate housing production for people who are already working here but living outside of the city, and to the extent that we can find housing types that best meet those needs, I think that'll be important. I'm sure that other people will kind of get to points I want to talk about. But one thing I do want to bring up is at some point we need to take a hard look at our process of developing affordable units at off-site locations. I'm conflicted about this because it really does facilitate the production of those units for developers who are more inclined to build them at off-site locations, but it creates a segregated community, and I think that it's something we should take a hard look at moving forward.
Commissioner Pastor.
I agree with Commissioner Reese about the different with co-housing and alternative types. I think that we have to accept that the way that people are living is changing, and that we need to look at different models that are flexible and can change over time. And I think there's some really sort of interesting form-based models out there in terms of it may look like a single family home, but it's really a triplex or a quad or a duplex. And that I think that will help to satisfy some of the sort of masculine character concerns, while also providing us with the densities we need. And I think I talked about this at a previous meeting.
Commissioner Lambert.
I second everybody's point about co-housing. There are issues in terms of what about co-housing counts for RENA, so I think that probably has to be dealt with legislatively. There are also questions about in co-housing qualification for Section 8. That is an issue that needs to be resolved, but I strongly support the co-housing motion. There are actually also new building technologies that make affordable housing, multifamily housing cheaper, and they're actually in play right now in Los Angeles. And I think and they're like relatively high rise without kicking in steel. Skid Row Housing Trust, for example, downtown is building an SRO with this new technology, and I think we really need to be proactive because it reduces costs. And obviously family housing and home ownership housing, I think we have to realize that even though we build 2 and 3 bedroom market rate units, they're probably not going to be occupied by families. We can't control that. And again, housing for the spectrum of income groups. That's it.
Commissioner Fresco.
I think between the commissioners who've come before me, I don't think there's another kind of housing to list, to look into, at least not that I can think of, so I support them.
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi. Thanks. And I agree with everybody else's comments, but want to give a shout out. I think there's a very good article that Carter Rubin wrote about 3 years ago, former planning commissioner, about missing middle housing. And he specifically mentioned townhomes, duplexes, garden bungalows, and the like that we need to explore. We should do that precisely in the way that Commissioner Pastor raised. And I believe there's a model out of Toronto that we'd heard about, which limited the scale of the building but allowed for more density of use, and we should be exploring those options. Lastly, I would really be interested, and this applies to everything, listening to everyone. We don't have to have invented it in Santa Monica. So as we go through this process, I'm sure that the staff is talking to colleagues up and down the state. And if there are good ideas that are emerging in other jurisdictions, I would love for us to be able to hear about them and be able to share them and discuss them, because we're hardly the only people with good ideas. And in fact, the best way we're going to be get through this is to steal great ideas from everybody else. So let us. Yes. Sorry.
As Nina knows, there are dozens of courtyard apartments throughout Santa Monica, and for years we kind of try to think of a program that would preserve them. I think that housing type needs to be preserved. It's always rent controlled. It's often occupied by seniors and people who couldn't afford to live elsewhere in Santa Monica. So I think the preservation of our courtyard apartments is really important.
Okay. And before I move off this slide, I forgot to mention one thing that I would like to add, which is which council members have raised, and we need to bring back, which is reducing or eliminating parking minimums in various parts of town in order to facilitate building housing. I know that will require some nuance, but I'd like to just make sure that that's on the list so that we don't go ahead and approve new housing projects with 394 units of underground parking spaces. That's a lot of housing underground for cars. Let us move on to the next slide. So if we can move to slide 35. The question is commission feedback on the goals and policies update. Do we believe that the goals capture the priority housing issues in Santa Monica? And we'll start with Commissioner Fondo Bernardi.
I think they substantially, wait, hold on a second.
Can we, Ross, or whoever is sharing the screen, excuse me, Commissioner Fondo Bernardi, can we put the goals back up on the screen?
Yes, they're not all on one slide, so I can cycle through them now. Okay, and in the spirit of efficiency, I think we can probably handle question 1 and 2 together, which is, do you agree with the goals, and do you want to add any? So, all right, we'll review them. Let's just walk through them one more time and nod when you're ready for the next slide. I'm looking at you. Everybody good on this one?
Are we just doing the bold, just the goal itself?
Yeah, we're talking about the high-level goals.
Okay, cool.
Do you want to add some nuance, or if you actually want to add a different goal?
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you all weigh in onto the one that I'm showing on the screen before I move to the next?
Oh, we could do that. Let's do that. That's a good idea. Okay, so we'll start with Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Are you saying, do I agree with this goal?
Do you have any issues with it? Do you want to add anything to it?
The only thing I would add to any goal that any other on the shopping list is that we want to start shifting toward ownership as a basis for our housing program. The more we can do that, that's not explicit in any of the goals that I've seen.
Okay. Does anybody, let's do it this way. Forgive me for switching yet again. Everybody sees the slide in front of you. Does anybody have anything to add or subtract on this slide? I see Commissioner Fresco followed by Commissioner Lambert. I'm just going to go in alpha order. So Nina, then Leslie.
When you talk about construction of new housing and sustainability, the words adaptive reuse need to be there. So I would add that.
Commissioner Lambert.
I mean, that's fine, but adaptive reuse, I would consider adaptive reuse new housing. I think with this goal, you could do absolutely anything or nothing. It is so vague that that's the case. I have a problem with compatible with surrounding neighborhood because that can mean anything. It also contradicts the Housing Accountability Act. And I don't know what opportunities for active living are other than a fire pit and a Chardonnay couch. I don't want that. I have no idea what that means. A treadmill? I don't know what it means.
It's your 300 minutes a week of moving. It's your 300 minutes a week of exercise.
I mean,
that's
I have
the new recommendation.
And actually, there was some confusion. And one reason my workshop wouldn't adopt this goal, they have no idea what it means. I mean, it could be applied to anything. But maybe that's the point.
Anybody else? I have a couple of comments. I think I support high quality, but I think high quality can be an excuse to kind of throw a lot of red tape at a project if it's not good enough for Santa Monica. So I think we should be looking at objective criteria like safety and code compliance rather than quality, which is really a subjective. Sustainable, I think we have defined sustainability around neutrality and energy and water neutrality. Compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood for me is problematic precisely because we're going to have to look at things like the A lots, which are transitional. And so, you're essentially redefining the edges of neighborhoods when you're reconsidering these. So I just don't think that that's good phrasing. And opportunities for active living, I think it's a nice way of saying really connected to transit and being able to bike and walk to work and play and school. So that's fine. But the other phrase, the high quality and the compatibility they're too vague and don't actually get to what we're going to need to do. But I do think if there's a way to address Commissioner Pastor's framing about, scale, so we're achieving higher densities at maybe more reasonable scales, might be a better way of addressing compatibility.
That's a problem. That's a problem too.
Well, if you're transitioning, not if you're rethinking what the neighborhood is.
I'm not sure
if you're actually.
I would just say high quality, sustainable, and opportunities for quality of life or something like that.
I would say code compliant, safe, sustainable, and I just don't know that you're right. Compatibility is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Anybody else on this one, and we can go to the next one.
I just want to highlight that I second your guys' concern about compatibility because at some point we're probably going to have to allow for some increased density and it's going to be hard to be compatible. So we should nix that. But when we talk about quality, in my mind, that means kind of building the building so that it lasts a long time. So I would like to keep quality in there. Maybe we could cut out the high quality, but I want to get across the point that I want something that's going to last for a while, not a.
What about durable?
I mean, that gets closer to what I'm looking for. So yeah.
But quality is also things like bedrooms without windows is not a.
Yeah, but that's not even legal. As far as I know, that's not legal.
Well,
but I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump on you on that one issue.
Right, but yeah, and I'm sorry, to my point earlier about how much crafting we do, at some level, we should say that bedrooms without windows are illegal, and then they won't make them, and then they'll just get administratively approved, right? We shouldn't, the word quality is just too vague. It invites too much discretion, I think.
Okay, I like durable then.
Okay, great.
And
Let's
Sean,
go to
this whole thing is contradictory to the Housing Accountability Act, so somehow there has to be language in here that recognizes.
yes. Agreed. Let's go to goal 2 or 2.0. I feel like I want to add the word "and the community's most vulnerable" after workforce. I mean, listening to you all, what you all said was vulnerable, workforce, and missing middle. That's what you said.
Right.
So we should have, that should be reflected in the, I would say all income categories, but yeah.
I mean, you could say all income categories, focusing on, or, in particular, the community's workforce, those most at risk, and the missing middle.
Yeah.
For those most at risk, affordable, and the missing middle.
I saw a hand somewhere. Was that Ellis? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the place to put it, but to the extent that we're talking about providing housing for our homeless community, I think it's important to put in here somewhere that it has to be provided in conjunction with other supportive services and in accordance with best practices for providing supportive housing for vulnerable communities.
Yeah, and I'd like to see. I'm going to add here. Goal 6 has to do with eliminating discrimination, which is it's sort of a negative way of saying it. I think we need to affirmatively talk about, redress of redlining. So I'd like to see this goal address equity, racial equity in some way, whether it's in the bold or in one of the bullet points. Are we ready for goal 3? What? Let's go to goal 3.
This is suitably ample and non-specific enough to cover what its intention is. I don't think
drive a truck through it. Yeah.
Is this? Do we feel this is addressing the loss of a?
Well, that's 3.4.
Yeah, conversion market rate.
I would like to see something about acquisition and rehab of existing rental housing that is in danger of going market rate because of Costa-Hawkins.
That
is
3.4. That's 3.4. That's exactly what it says.
And it's also goal 4. It's explicit in goal 4. We're going to get there.
But I think
you'll see it in goal 4 when we get there. But I think the question to me is, do we want to be advocating for? I mean, this is a continuing conversation. Do we need? I think we need Ellis reform and Costa-Hawkins reform. Yeah. So I mean, I don't think events, seminars, and consultations are going to do it. I think if we're trying to prevent evictions, we need to be advocating for Costa-Hawkins and Ellis reform.
I think we also need to make sure that we are not just talking about deed restricted affordable housing.
We'll look at the next. Let's go to the next slide so you can see it, and we can come back if you.
This is different.
That is different. I agree. That's different. Go back. I mean, go back to goal 3. They're two different things. I mean, yes, Sean, I think you're trying to get at sort of like the naturally occurring affordable housing, but this is about existing covenanted affordable housing and how we ensure that there is both protection of those residents and a reasonable return for the people who may have bought a building 10 years ago thinking their covenants were going to expire. And so it's, leveraging financing to make a landlord whole and to buy out those covenants. It's about using city funds to buy out those covenants. It's about maybe providing some kind of, honestly, like transfer of development rights to buy out those covenants. I think there's a lot of like different ideas that we could come up with.
Well, Elisa, there's actually a building on Barnard Way, a good-sized senior building with expiring covenants, and it's being purchased and restructured without any public money by Tom Safran. And,
That's great.
And actually, it's going to throw off some money for the city.
I mean, that's better than what happened in LA yesterday, right? Where they're using $35 million of COVID funds to buy out covenants. And I'm not saying that those people, that the covenants shouldn't be protected. They totally should. I just don't know that that was the best financing way to do it.
Is that, Leslie, is that different from the Nielsen Towers? Is that different from the Nielsen Towers negotiation that happened like 3 years ago?
Yes, it is different. It's going on right now.
Okay. All right, so what are we adding to goal 3? Protection of the existing supply and protection and expansion of the supply of affordable housing?
No, it's more like protection of existing affordable housing that is affordable, but not because it's deed restricted. It's like the building that CCSM bought in Pico.
But that's the next slide.
No, it's both.
What?
I know, but the staff is, do you want to rewrite goal 4 then? Let's look at goal 4. Because we're not, there's acquisition and rehab of existing housing by a housing trust.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm trying to understand. How are you distinguishing between those two?
You're right.
Okay. Is there something, so between goal 3 and goal 4, we've covered that range, right, of goals. We want to preserve what is, we want to acquire more, and we want to rehab it.
Yes.
Okay. Is that clear to staff? Commissioner Raskin?
It is. I just, Chair, if I could I think just looking, even me just looking at this goal right now, I think that we will probably think about something, to use a different term other than big A, affordable, because that's a defined term. And it sounds like the universe of what we're talking about is much larger. It's almost like our existing permanent housing stock that serves lower income populations or something of that nature is really what this is about, as opposed to just like affordable housing, which is like a very, it's not rent controlled housing. That's not the same thing. So I think we want to make sure that captures that universe.
And maybe the phrasing on 3.4 where it says conserve at-risk housing, let's be a little bit more specific, because we want to maintain the deed restrictions on the deed restricted housing. That's one activity. And another activity is other naturally occurring affordable housing that is at risk. We want to, protect it, which is, I think, what Commissioner Lambert was talking about with the Virginia Avenue purchase by CCSM. That's actually a different strategy, which you allude to on the next slide, but it's the phrasing conserve at-risk housing is too vague. I think we need to be really specific about what we mean there. And I think Commissioner Raskin may want to be even more specific.
Yeah, I think what I was going to get at is perhaps too specific for our purposes here, but at some point we need to consider too, legislative opportunities for no-cost representation of tenants in eviction proceedings, and then also making sure that our enforcement staff is properly funded and has all the resources that they need to accomplish these goals.
Yep. Let's go to goal 4 quickly, because I think we looked at it. That's pretty much.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like the actual the language of 4.1 sounds very modest compared to what we're talking about.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're helping people repair their garage doors.
And we need federal advocacy as well, because a lot of this money may be coming available under, the new administration may have a different approach to housing funding. Commissioner Fresco.
No, I was just keeping my fingers crossed.
Oh, okay. Let's go to goal 5.
I think it's not just with special, oh, sorry, I was reading that wrong.
So this might not be the place to mention it, but I think Commissioner Raskin raised this concern about off-site housing. And I think one of the things that has come up is what happens when the inclusionary housing includes exactly 1 or 2 units of extremely low affordable housing with no support infrastructure. I think the argument for the off-site housing is that you get the ability to deliver support infrastructure, whether it's permanent supportive for people exiting homelessness or for working families at very low income that need the big brothers, big sisters, boys and girls club kind of after school stuff. So I wonder whether here there is a framing that looks at kind of this all looks very homeless focused, which I think is okay. But can we include support services for very low income working families and children? I don't see children anywhere on this slide. So I think it would be really good to have that piece, as well as support services for seniors who are not, seniors who are not at risk of homelessness, but nevertheless have other concerns, also need support of, the kind of wise and healthy aging service model. So
I don't think we have to name all those groups, Sean. Just say that
I'm not
housing support services.
Agreed. I'm just not seeing families. I'm not seeing working families here. I think we need to include working families alongside the homeless populations, and particularly single parent working families who are extremely burdened.
Oh, you're looking at 5.6?
Yeah, I'm looking at I'm looking at both 5.1 and 5.6. I'd love to have like a 5.7 that names the housing assistance and supportive services for children and families. That's all. Because if you read the old, yeah, go ahead, Alice, Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, I think, General Anders, I agree with your points, and I think that we also need to look at this in the context of providing rent subsidies, both in terms of reducing rent burden, but then also emergency rental assistance for people who are at risk of eviction. So many cities have found that emergency rental assistance is such an important safeguard against homelessness, and so building off what you were just saying, I think that we need to include that with a focus on keeping families together and in their homes, making sure that children who are going to the school district have an opportunity to stay in their homes, people who are working here have an opportunity to stay in their homes, et cetera.
Right. It's learn and thrive alongside survive. And we should be aiming for learn and thrive, and hopefully people will survive if we aim for learn and thrive.
Sounds good, Sean.
Anywhere else on this one? Let's go to goal 6.
That's sort of a given, isn't it?
Yeah, we have to name it, but again, I'd love to, it's not just maintain. I think it's potentially maintaining and expanding and addressing and redressing historical disparities.
I totally sympathize with you about the desegregation, et cetera, but there's really a dilemma in terms of carrying that out given land values.
Except
for example, we allow 4 units, that does absolutely nothing for north of Montana. other than provide more $1 million condos?
I think you have to go back to the missing middle. I think you have to go back to other R1 neighborhoods. I think you have to look at the fact that, historically.
What R1 neighborhoods would that be?
Well, there's Sunset Park too. I mean, there's Sunset Park. There's some R1. I mean, there are also some single-family homes on R2 parcels in other parts of the city. So if we're talking about housing types like townhomes, condos, and density at low scale, then that I think advances some of our. It provides a lower, even if it's not relative to land values in Santa Monica, it makes Santa Monica more affordable than it was.
Well, it depends on who you're talking about affordable to. I mean, even in Sunset Park, with 4 units on a piece of property, you're looking at $500,000 per unit for land. And so you're talking about a condo that is more than $1 million. And I guess there's some people that would be entry level for, but it's not the kind of people that we're talking about.
I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think there are people who have been on the wrong side of redlining who don't have 100 years of being a white homeowner, but maybe they have 40 or 50 years of being of being a homeowner, or 25 or 30 years of being a homeowner. And why shouldn't they have access to Santa Monica? I mean,
no, you're arguing with yourself. I mean, we're talking sloganeering here. I'm talking about land values.
I understand.
Yeah, but Leslie or Commissioner Lambert, I want to highlight that we do have commercial strips that don't incentivize affordable housing.
That's true.
That's a discrimination in my mind. Now, when I tried to fight for this during the loose update, people said, well, the land values are so expensive, and I ended up losing the vote 6-1. Nobody else voted for putting affordable on these other corridors, but that's something we have to put into our code. If it doesn't get built, fine, but we have to show that we're being fair.
That's just, I just think it's sort of a hollow gesture, but if we have to do it, we have to do it.
Well,
it's too expensive. We're past time saying it's too expensive to try. We have to try.
Well, if $1 million is an entry-level condo for somebody, then that's great.
Well, but why can't you build affordable housing, deed-restricted affordable housing on some of those commercial corridors?
Well, it wouldn't pencil, Jim.
Well, but in most cases, I absolutely agree with you. But we do have some benefactors in this city, and if somebody donated the land for this use for a tax write-off, it would work. I understand that's very unlikely. But it's the theory and the concept that we are allowing. If we say affordable housing is so important, we have to incentivize it evenly throughout the city.
I think the key is city property. There's a vacant lot. There's a vacant lot in the Pico neighborhood on a corner that would be ideal for 3 or 4 units.
I think Jim is onto something.
What?
I think Jim is onto something. I think that this
he's on something.
No, he's onto something.
The idea of zoning equitably and letting the market rise to meet it at some future date is a really great idea. Isn't that what Jim said?
That's what I said.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm alluding to.
I think we need to seriously look at city-owned property in all the neighborhoods and start moving on it.
But what does that have to do with discrimination? We're talking about discrimination right now. We agree with you. We agree with you.
But we agree with you, but that's not what we're talking
about. Leslie, just for context, a 2-income family that makes $140,000 a year combined can afford a mortgage on a $1 million condo. There are a lot of yes, they can. I just ran the numbers.
I don't believe
you. We're not doing what we're supposed to do right now. Let's get back.
We're not. And I'm just asking that Goal 6.0 include a more affirmatively, more work to redress historical racial disparities. Not just to say we don't want to have discrimination. We need to actually do something about it. Commissioner Askett.
Obviously, it needs to go in the housing element. I'm just saying don't expect a lot.
Okay. Commissioner Askett.
Well, let's put it in the housing element.
Yeah, just really quickly, Chair Landers, I would retort to your point about affordability, not if they have 6 figures in student debt.
That's true. That is true.
To the point of this goal here, I do think we need to take a really hard look at history here, and I forget who said it before, but I think several people pointed out, that we need to do what we can to reach back to the families that were displaced by the freeway construction and civic center. I think that should be a part of this goal as well. And I do want to just say for the record that my reading of the CCSM map is that there is a disproportionate number of CCSM buildings in the Pico neighborhood south of the 10 freeway, and the map doesn't really show the fact that the vast majority of the units or the projects in the Pico neighborhood are much, much, much larger than everywhere else in the city. And so we do need to think about neighborhood by neighborhood impacts here.
I don't think they're larger. If you look at the one on Ocean Avenue, the Belmar project, that's 160 units. There's nothing like that in Pico.
Leslie, you don't have to defend PCSM.
Okay.
He's just making a point.
Okay.
Are we good with this goal? All right, let's move on. Next goal. Can we please change citizens to residents, please?
My God.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yes. Thank you.
How did that happen?
7 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, shouldn't there be really residents and stakeholders?
Yes.
What's the difference between residents and community groups?
Well,
I don't belong to Friends of Sunset Park.
One's an individual and the other.
No, it's Santa Monica Spoke is a community group, and the Conservancy is a community group, and the only people who are not listed here, I'll name it. There's going to be debate about this, but what about people who work here but don't live here? I think it was brought up before.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at by stakeholders.
Stakeholders, yeah. That's what we always call stakeholders.
Yes.
But if you want to call it out, more overtly, you could say
in Los
residents and workers.
Yeah, residents and workers.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it could also be property owners who don't live here. That's why stakeholders is good.
Sure. But let's add property owners. Let's say residents, workers, property owners. I mean, let's name the stakeholders. I think we lose when we're vague.
But we also could be leaving someone out.
Yeah, we lose when we're
that's
specific too.
That's true.
What?
If we're too specific and we leave someone out, we also lose. So there's no winning.
That's why you say stakeholders. That's what LA uses for its neighborhood councils.
Yes. But it does have resident seats and
Yeah, but they call them stakeholders.
I guess my only thing on 7.1 would be, we've talked about this notion of how we inform the public. Like, I think we need to have those workshops and meetings and information strategies be as equitable and inclusive as possible. And I think our planning staff does a really good job in non-COVID times. I mean, they do a great job in COVID times too, but there's been a really good effort to try to go out with different modalities and different methods and meetings at different hours of the day and different days of the week. And they should get credit for that, but also continue to be held accountable to that kind of creativity and active engagement. So could we maybe not just say inform, but also inform and engage? Something that acknowledges the really good work that staff's been doing and should continue to do. new development projects and housing goals, housing, like specific plans, general plans, not just individual projects. It's also Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, I agree with your points, Chair Landers, with respect to 7.1. For 7.2, I don't know what to do about it at this point, but we've really got to rethink this in the context of police reform generally, and specifically how neighborhood watch groups have contributed to discrimination and facilitated displacement of minority groups through the redlining process. So, yeah, we should come back to that.
That's a good point.
Could we just drop? I mean,
drop it.
How about we drop 7.2 and we talk about informing the public on new development projects, plans, and public safety?
Why are we involved in public safety?
Because people want to feel safe where they live, and there are wide varieties of ways of doing that. You know, Jane Jacobs, Eyes on the Street. I mean, that's public safety.
I got it.
Without, right, okay. All right, let's go to 8. Hey, look at that. Look at that, okay. Does anybody want to add an additional goal?
No.
Nope, we got it, we're covered, okay.
Real quick,
Yep.
sorry. This is not something that's going to be anything we can do in the context of this RHNA cycle, but we need to think long-term about building into policies how we can reuse the freeway space. Maybe this isn't the right forum to do it, but it's something we need to consider.
Freeway. Okay. Can we? I guess my only question is: does goal 1 sufficiently do the thing that we talked about in terms of integrating housing with economic and environmental planning for the city? I guess that's the only thing that I would ask on item 2 would be that this happen in a context of housing and economic development and mobility and environmental sustainability, and that we recognize that none of this is in a vacuum, which we all do. But
my only concern with that is you could be constraining how much housing we can build if you get too carried away with that.
Well, the RHNA goal kind of makes it clear that we have a lot further to go. So,
and since quantified objectives mean nothing, so.
Okay. So let us go down to, I think this is, I'm having trouble with my thing, but let's go to the next slide. I think it's the preliminary site analysis.
Correct.
Is that the last slide?
These are the last 2 questions, yes.
Okay, great. So do we want to go back to the factors and ranking?
I just had one addition. You somehow you put DCP in there. I think you should also put Bergamot area. Can't remember where it is on the list. It's on the list.
Can we go back to that slide?
Sure, let me see.
It's number 2, downtown community plan and Bergamot area properties.
Sorry. Sorry. These are the rankings.
Right.
Right.
I want to look at step 2, though.
Okay.
What?
I'm pointing as if you can see. Under site constraints, landmarks and historic resources and properties to be considered. That was my factor to add to the list.
But Nina, you should also be open to the adaptive reuse idea.
Right, but the fact that something is on the HRI means that it's going to get looked at and something could happen, and it is, in fact, a potential site constraint that needs to be taken into account, and we can't let them just be on that list as if that's not an issue and misrepresent whether or not they're really easy properties to redevelop or not.
And we do need to look at, and I believe that SB 330 constrains this. I know that SB 50 was going to try, but that didn't go through. Historical preservation districts and that were approved after 2010. There is some restriction on the protections they provide for HA. The interaction between preservation districts and HAA, we just need to keep an eye on.
You're right. No, there was something about that, Sean.
Yeah.
I thought that would pass and that they just wanted it to pass.
Do you remember, Nina, which?
I don't remember now.
Oh, okay.
Maybe staff knows.
Heidi, still with us?
In terms of the historic districts that have passed since 2010?
Yes.
Well, there was
so
an HAA update that kind of constrained the ability of historic districts to prevent development.
I mean, I think it's something that we're looking at in terms of you're talking about SB 330. It's not as specific to the language you're talking about. It has to do with new design review standards, and I think we're reviewing that with the city attorney's office as to the applicability of that to new historic districts. I don't know that it's that like the language is not that direct, I guess I'll say. So we're still trying to figure out what that means in the context of historic preservation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to go back up to, and I guess I misunderstood it, but the fact that R1 was just eliminated completely, I just wanted to understand. I believe that I understand that you're saying that all the single family parcels are developed, so we can't do our ADU calculations. We have to use that other formula for the ADU calculations. But on the unlikely event that there were a vacant lot or an undeveloped lot in R1, you would count that parcel, correct? You're not just wiping R1 off the table.
No, I asked that question, Sean.
I know, it's 4 hours ago, so I'm...
I think one way to look at it is because, again, we're trying to be consistent with the adopted loose, which has a strategy that protects residential neighborhoods first and foremost. So I think in terms of thinking about it, to your question, are we eliminating it completely? It is not obviously completely off the table. It's just not the first place we're looking for sites or capacity. First and foremost is looking at areas in the city where the loose prioritized it, and not looking at the residential neighborhoods as the initial repository of development potential. But obviously, if there was an available vacant site, in residential neighborhoods, that would be a viable place to count. I don't think we're looking to displace existing residents or tenants or the like as an initial strategy. So that's part of the thinking there, just to give some context.
So it's parcel based, not district based.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I'm wrapping my head around. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Great. Any other comments on the priority? Let's go back to the priorities. I'm just watching everybody's faces here. Here's the ranking. So we're adding Bergamot to downtown community plan.
Where's city property? Shouldn't city property be on that list?
It's right on the heading in the green box. It says commercial zone parcels and city.
Ah, good point.
What do we do? Where do we get to say that the DMV is an absolutely ridiculous use of space?
So because it's a publicly owned land, state requires us, if we are to put other public properties on there that's not owned by the city, we would have to get some sort of agreement or substantial evidence to show that that will likely turn over to housing. So we would have to approach the state for that.
Okay, can we add to our advocacy list having the governor tell the DMV to get over itself?
Isn't Richard Bloom on the transportation committee?
I don't know, but I think it's an advocacy point because there are these DMV lots all over the state, and yeah. I don't know if we have any other large government sites.
School district.
What? Yeah, the school districts, we are looking into contacting them because, they just moved out of some of their properties and into the building over on Olympic. So we are looking at contacting them. There were also some properties that we saw with the University of California, but of course, we would have to approach them to see what their thoughts are of redeveloping some of these properties.
Okay.
I'm just going to remind you guys that I was talking about church lots, which were somewhat excluded earlier. We have 4, which talks. I think that captures that as well, but I want to keep that on the table.
Can you say that again? You broke up and I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I had brought up earlier the importance of parking lots, but since we have
church lots
as a general concept.
Yeah, it's church and synagogue. There are a couple of synagogue parking lots as well.
So what does he want to do with them? I still couldn't hear him.
Put them on the list under parking lots.
Oh.
So it's list 4, but he wants to highlight the parking lots because there's new legislation that allows them to not replace all their parking, and there's pending legislation again to hopefully allow them to build by right.
I see. Okay, thank you.
And that's all north of Wilshire, so it's very much fair housing.
Is $8.99 back?
I read an article this morning. Senator Wiener's trying to bring back $8.99, but there is a negotiation going on between the housing community and the trades and labor community.
Oh, just like last year.
Yep, but he would like to bring it back if they can do a deal. Okay. It's in the Chronicle today, the San Francisco Chronicle. Where is displacement on that list? I don't see it.
Actually, it's, Ross, if you want to go to step 1, I believe we've filtered out affordable and condo units. Or sorry, maybe step 2.
Yeah, but you're putting affordable housing in capital letters, which presumes I think we need to be looking at protecting naturally occurring affordable housing, because it goes back to my earlier question about, Commissioner Raskin has raised this in a variety of ways, but I was asking about, the consequences of no build are that you end up putting a lot of Ellis pressure on older properties that can be redeveloped. So I think it's a both thing. I think the site constraints need to be clearly, affordable housing, rent-controlled housing, and condos. And then further down in that other slide, we need to add displacement, residential and commercial displacement, as something to consider. So it's not just existing conditions, it's existing residential and commercial conditions. Go ahead, Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, we do need to spell out specifically in that screening process the loss of rent-controlled property, since it's an irreplaceable resource for all intents and purposes. I agree wholeheartedly with the issue of commercial displacement too, though it's going to be it's a complex formula, but definitely something we should consider.
On this slide, it's consideration. It's not that it's a filter, right? Like on the first slide, I want to filter the rent-controlled housing when we do this first pass. But on this side, I want to consider the existing residential and commercial uses. We may, there may be a decision that it has to happen, but if it's a site where there's SB 330 protections, that's very different from a site where there aren't when it comes to, say, deed restricted or rent controlled housing. Anything else on the ranking? Okay, and lastly, this is now the time for anybody to say anything else that they want to say about the housing element before next week's council study session. We'll start with Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, I'll just say, and it's been said before, but just how important it is to have meaningful data about, what our build-out capacities are and what we can reasonably do given existing zoning, et cetera. That information is really crucial to be able to make informed decisions moving forward. It's something we'll have to have concretely for the EIR process. But more information is always going to facilitate good decision making.
Any other comments? Okay. I have one last question, which is: the city owns land outside the city of Santa Monica. Does the city get any credit for putting housing up on that land? There's a site at Bundy and Wilshire.
The short answer is no.
Yeah, it's not within our city boundaries.
Also a very impacted site. It's got all the pumps for the wells and storage and purification. Yeah. It's pretty busy.
Okay. It's a parking lot, though.
On the surface.
On the surface. Okay, fair enough. All right. Okay, tried. All right, so with that, I think are we ready to close this item? Staff, do you feel like you have thoughts from the Planning Commission?
I think the staff wants us to talk for another 45 minutes.
Clearly. I think they have what they need. We will then move on. Sorry?
No, I was just saying we do. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you again. I mean, this has been incredible work by all of you. And I just want to express, I'm sure I speak for everyone, our appreciation for your hard work and your thoughtful questions and your dedication to this process in a very difficult time. So we're very much appreciative and look forward to continuing the work with you. Let us now move on to our final item, which is item 12, public input. And by any chance, do we have any callers in the queue?
No, we do not.
All right. Well, then with that, we come to adjournment. And we'll want to wish everyone a very happy and healthy and safe and masked holiday season. And look forward to seeing everyone in the new year. And hopefully we will be in person again in 2021. Let us hope for the best.
Great. And we don't get our panettone from Mario this year.
I know.
Send me your address and it will be delivered to you.
Mario, I'm gonna email you because I had a thought and maybe we can coordinate on something.
No, really, I'm serious. Send me your address and it will be delivered.
We'll coordinate on something. All right. Cool.
Awfully nice of you, Mario.
Good night, everybody.
Happy holidays, everyone. Good night.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Happy holidays.